Welcome, everybody. This time we'll call our regular February meeting of the Buncombe County Board of Adjustment to order and ask staff if they have any announcements for us. Okay, thank you. Let's address that first. How is
Microphone should be on.
how is this first? Can y'all hear this? Thank you.
We do have an announcement regarding interpretation services available at this meeting. Rocio?
Hi, thank you, everyone. In accordance with Buncombe County's language access policy, we do have interpretation going on today. This is simultaneous interpretation happening live. We do have 2 interpreters in the back. You may sometimes be a little distracted if there's some whispering going on. We just want you to let you know that it's because of interpretation. And we also do ask if people are going to be reading. We tend to speed up when we read, and in order to ensure language accessibility, we do ask you to speak at a moderate pace and be mindful when reading to slow down a little bit. And also, please speak up so that everybody can hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. We'll move to a roll call of board members and then staff.
Paul Wilczynski.
Greg Phillips.
Andy Ball.
Jeff Gilton, both.
David Weinstein.
Jacob Comfer.
Savannah Glantz.
Kearns?
Kurt Euler.
Thank you very much. This time we'll move to disclosure of ex parte communications or conflict of interest. To clarify, that means that any member of any board exercising quasi-judicial functions pursuant to this chapter of statute shall not participate in or vote on any quasi-judicial matter in a manner that would violate any person's constitutional rights to an impartial decision maker. Impermissible violations of due process include, but are not limited to, a member having a fixed opinion prior to the hearing that is not susceptible to change, an undisclosed ex parte communication with a member of the public or a party, close familial, business relationship, or other associational relationship with an affected person, or a financial interest in the outcome of the matter. And we'll start with that disclosure this end of the table.
Yes, I had an ex parte contact on the Emma Road Townships case. Prior to the December meeting, I received a Facebook Messenger message from a woman who I didn't know, whose daughter apparently lives somewhere near the Emma Road location. I told her that I wasn't allowed to talk about the case specifically, although, you know, if she was interested in generally how it functioned, you know, I could talk about that. In spite of that, she gave me a 1 or 2 sentence summary of how her daughter felt about it. I don't know the woman. I don't know her daughter. I guarantee you that the couple sentences I saw will have no effect on how I feel about this case.
Okay. And just glancing over at our council, we're okay with that descriptor and see no reason for recusal.
Communication that does not affect your impartiality and that you will base your decision based on the evidence that would be presented at the hearing.
Yes, that would be the case.
Clarified that.
Then I think that there is no conflict.
Thank you so much, Paul.
No ex parte communications.
None here.
None.
Okay, thank you. Moving to our public hearing section, before we get started, want to clarify that this hearing is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing, and that means similar to a court hearing, the state law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decisions. The board's discretion is limited. We must base our decision only upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. Our decisions must be constrained by the zoning ordinance and the standards therein, and based on the facts presented. If you'll be speaking today as a witness, please focus on the facts and the standards, not personal preference or opinion. General witness testimony is limited to facts and not opinions. For certain topics, however, this board does need to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include projections about impacts on property values and projections about impacts of increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinion testimony must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they will base their expert opinion. Further point of clarification for those members of the public who are joining us to speak on a project, either as a party with standing or as a witness. Staff has provided resources to help members of the public understand the criteria for the board to find that a party has standing to participate in a case, and clarified the proper time for lay testimony is at the end of the hearing when the board may open up to consider hearing witness statements. To be clear, if you're asserting standing in a matter before the board, we would first need to conduct a hearing to establish that you have standing, meaning that you believe that you are uniquely affected by a project for reasons separate and apart from your neighbors, and if those reasons contain elements such as noise issues, traffic issues, property value impacts, that you have and prepare a case that with you today that either have brought credentialed or qualified experts, or that you are credentialed or qualified in those areas to provide that testimony. If that doesn't describe your intent today, please consider again whether you would like to assert standing or speak as a witness toward the latter part of the hearing. And with that, we can move to our first case, ZPH 2024-00032, the Hendrickson variance. That is continued from the January regular meeting. And I've got a note from staff that we have a request to continue that case.
Yes, the applicant Burke Hendrickson has asked staff on her behalf to ask for continuance to the next board meeting.
Wonderful. And that's the regular March meeting. And that would be on, let's just double check here. Our calendar says the 12th of March. So we can take that in the form of a motion to continue that to the 12th of March.
I make a motion, we move it to the 12th.
There is a motion on that. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Thank you. Now, for the Hendrickson variance, the applicant has the right to ask for a continuance, and the board can consider that favorably or unfavorably by a vote, and that's what's just occurred here. Well,
Until
until the meeting. Yeah.
it has to be decided at the meeting. I'm sorry that may have inconvenienced you, but it is ultimately the board's discretion as to whether or not to grant that continuance.
And we have continual requirements on advertising surrounding when things are appearing on our agenda, so that's going to be handled on the normal course of things each month. That makes sense. But it has been a couple months on this one, so I hear your frustration. Thank you. Moving to ZPH 2024-00036, the SCM concrete plant special use permit, continued from the January regular meeting. We handled standing requests last time on this one, correct? Okay, close that up. Welcome, Mr. Justice. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you. Can everybody hear me? All right. Just to remind the board, I know we have a couple new members. Welcome to this. But we had presented a couple of witnesses at the last go-around after we got through the standing issues. Warren Sugg gave an overview as a civil engineer of the project application, and we also had John Palmer address property value impacts. We have 4 witnesses today, plus probably something hopefully wise that I will say, and then we'll be done. So,
And on that note, if you don't mind, we did circulate that video from last month and had an opportunity for all board members sitting today to take a look at that. So,
okay, great.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll start off with James Vaso.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
James Voso?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Griffin, just to remind me, we were at exhibit, what was the exhibit, D or C?
Exhibit C was the final exhibit to be tendered.
Great. All right. Good afternoon, James. If you will just introduce yourself to the board and talk about the qualifications and why you're here.
Sure thing. So, good afternoon, James Voso with Mattern and Craig Engineers. I'm a graduate of North Carolina State University back in 1991. Went to work for NCDOT for over 10 years in their traffic engineering branch. Have been with Mattern and Craig here in Asheville for over 20 years. So all told, I've got over 30 years of engineering experience in the traffic engineering field.
And have you been tendered as an expert before this board before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And have you prepared a written statement that would summarize the testimony and what you want to offer to the board?
I have the report that the board should have a copy of, yes.
Is this what I've handed to you, which I'll mark as Exhibit D? Is this a copy of an affidavit that you have signed that includes the report of your findings and conclusions relating to this application?
Yes, it is.
First off, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tender James as an expert in traffic engineering.
Hearing objection, so tendered.
And secondly, I'd like to tender to the board this Exhibit D, which is his affidavit and traffic report.
Seeing no discussion, so accepted.
All right, James, why don't you explain to the board what you were asked to do, and
We're working on it.
that was catchy. My wife would never let me have something like that.
One of my-
so,
one of my favorites.
if you'll explain to the board what you were asked to do and what your findings and conclusions were.
Certainly. So I was asked by the developer of the project to take a look at the access that's going to be proposed on Goldview Road for this particular project from a traffic engineering standpoint to determine if it would provide safe and convenient access to and from Goldview Road. This particular project doesn't meet any of the thresholds that would warrant a TIA. Just doesn't generate enough traffic to meet DOT's thresholds or the county's thresholds. What I did do is NCDOT has a manual that's typically referred to as their driveway manual, which this applicant will have to get an NCDOT-approved driveway permit for this project. So I looked at the criteria that was in the driveway manual and just kind of did some checks and balances with this proposed development to see that they would be able to meet the criteria in the driveway manual so a driveway permit could be issued. In my investigation, I did identify a few things that were of concern that are addressed in this letter report. Particularly, there's really not adequate site distance at the proposed driveway currently. In order to achieve the necessary site distance, there would need to be some extensive clearing done and maintained. That information is included in the report, and it's my understanding that the applicant is certainly willing and able to do that clearing to maintain the necessary site distance lines.
And, Mr. Chairman, we had touched on this topic before when Warren Sugg was talking about buffer. He talked about buffer outside of the areas that would have to be cleared to maintain the adequate site distance. So just as a reminder to the board, we sort of touched on that with a previous witness. And so the report does lay out what your recommendations are in order to provide satisfactory ingress and egress.
Yes, so I can real quickly hit my recommendations. Number one, improve the site distance at the driveway location, which would involve the clearing. Continue the shared use of movements at the existing driveway so as to minimize conflict between opposing driveways. Provide a minimum 100-foot of internal protected stem length. Provide a site plan, of course, that contains all the necessary design criteria for NCDOT to ultimately review and approve. And then add some signage at the access points, stop signs, to indicate that the traffic exiting the facility has to stop before entering Goldview Road.
And attached to your report is in fact a site plan that delineates some of the conditions about site clearing that you've talked about.
That is correct.
And with these steps being taken by the applicant, you have ultimately drawn a conclusion at the end of your affidavit that the project will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood, and that there would be satisfactory ingress and egress associated with this project.
That is correct.
Now, after you had done your initial studies and the findings from this report, you did do also review Goldview Road from a standpoint of accident reports, is that right?
I did. I was able to obtain a 5-year crash history for the section of Goldview Road from NC 251 down to the Aiken Road intersection. And over that 5-year period, there's been only 3 reported crashes, none at any of the entrances to this facility. One crash involved a single-unit truck, which could be one of the large trucks coming from the facility, but only one. The other 2 involved passenger cars or pickup trucks or SUVs. Performing this analysis and comparing it to statistics for other roads of that type, it's there is a very low crash rate on this section of road.
And when we say this section of road, that report is over a road that's approximately what distance?
It went from 251 to the Aiken Road intersection, which is about 1.6 miles.
Those are the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Questions from the board?
Could you tell me approximately how many vehicles will be going in and out, specifically for the concrete plant each day?
Yeah,
and
so
what hours?
it's estimated that there'll be about 15 concrete delivery trucks exiting and entering per day for a total of 30. There will be a few other trips, employees coming to work, employees leaving for work, and also some deliveries of raw materials. However, the delivery of some of those trips are going to be offset by the fact that some of those trips are currently having to happen to go to the plant where it's located today, sand, gravel, things of that nature. Those trips will no longer have to happen because those materials are available on site. So we're estimating 30 round trips of the concrete trucks per day, probably a total of around 40 round trips per day.
And roughly what time frame in the day are we talking about? What's the earliest and what's the latest, more or less?
The hours of operation?
Yeah, right.
I can't really speak to that.
So we have a Southern Concrete representative that would be able to answer that question. Yes.
And for all those vehicles making those trips that you described, the turning radius is acceptable given the current driveway entrance?
The turning radius?
Ingress and egress for all those vehicle types?
Yes, so the site plan does show some widening on the property to facilitate trucks being able to get lined up better at that skewed intersection and make that turn. And also, I do know that they're going to have to demonstrate suitable turning radiuses when they submit their driveway application to NCDOT.
And due to the turn on Goldview on the south side here of the entrance, have you talked with DOT about signage related to this entrance being so close to the blind curve there?
Have I talked to DOT about signage?
Has there been any discussion about with DOT about signage for large trucks entering the road?
There has not been.
Short of that curve, short of on Goldview?
There hasn't been any discussion about that. Again, the sight lines are going to be cleared in that sharp curve, so you'll, hopefully, that won't be a problem any longer, but I don't think adding another sign would be a problem if that's deemed necessary.
And just in the past, driving by this entrance, this is, remind me, it's grassed, right, currently? Or is it's not treed?
It's not
Currently?
what?
The current conditions of the property on the entrance, ingress and egress to this existing driveway, it's not treed, it's not wooded, it's grassed.
The entrance?
The surrounding landscaping around the entrance.
There is some wooded areas that would have to be cleared, and there is some pasture areas. It's a variety.
Okay. Thoughts, comments on traffic?
And James, just to clarify for this entrance, there is an entrance there currently. It is being utilized
Yes.
by the existing facilities.
That's correct. And so this would be an improvement of the existing driveway and a reuse of the existing driveway.
Sounds good. If there aren't any further questions, we can thank this witness.
Thank you, James.
Are you able to ask some questions, sir?
No, the board interacts with the applicant during this process, and then we open up later on during the hearing time for witness testimony. So at that time, it'd be appropriate to come up and make a statement.
Make sure we can, if I
Yeah.
have some questions about, he mentioned certain amount of concrete trucks that were his, what about?
Yeah, we can't get into
Yeah.
detail now, but it's public comment time later on, so we can do public comment. It's less of a back and forth Q&A and more of just a public comment, and the applicant can respond, choose to respond or not.
Yes, the people who are giving witness testimony are not allowed to cross-examine the witnesses of the applicant.
Okay,
So, thank you.
I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call Jason Connor.
Jason Connor. Welcome, sir. We'll swear you in.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Jason Connor?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Jason. If you would introduce yourself to the board and tell them about what you do in relation to this quarry and the project in question.
Okay. Yes, Jason Connor. I'm actually the Vice President and Land Manager for Hedrick Industries, which is the quarry, North Buncombe Quarry. So I've been doing this for 27 years, have a degree in geology from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. Have served on been appointed by the governor to serve on the North Carolina Mining Commission, Sediment Erosion Control Commission, and also chair of the North Carolina Aggregates Association's Environmental Committee. I was asked to speak kind of on the wells that were brought up last meeting and from two community meetings that we've had. Southern Concrete has been in operation for over 65 plus years. They have not had any instances of neighboring wells that have had any issues. They also, and we as well, reached out to the Carolinas Ready Mix Concrete Association and the National Ready Mix Concrete Association, and also reached out to the North Carolina Aggregates Association, and to their knowledge, there's not been any issues with wells that are at concrete plants that has adversely affected neighbors' wells. This area of the project, where it's located, is considered a kind of a fractured bedrock area. So essentially, it's within the rock body itself, there's tiny fractures. So when you drill a well, those fractures are intersected, and thus that's how the water infiltrates into your well. The quarry is a 25-acre pit, or you can essentially call it a 25-acre well. That's approximately currently 250 feet deep. We pump 500,000 gallons of water a day from the quarry. So we also have two wells on our property as well that are approximately 400 to 500 feet deep. We have not had any issues with our wells at our property with us pumping 500,000 gallons a day. I know the concrete plant is looking at a storage capacity of 18,000 gallons. And those wells, the two wells that you're going to have it will recharge those tanks periodically. It won't be at a continuous time. So, I feel like with my expertise in dealing with this for the past 27 years at 11 operations that we have across the state, I feel very confident that the wells and the water usage that Southern's going to have is not going to impact any of the neighbors, yeah, around the community. So, and also, if there was to be a well issue, the two wells that we have are in between the concrete plant and the neighboring wells. So our wells would be affected first before their wells would be.
Do you have I know you had a diagram or something to illustrate some of your testimony.
Yeah, and this is just an example of a water cycled in a fractured environment, very similar to what you would find in the Western North Carolina area. Give you a better illustration of how a well in fractured bedrock works.
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and mark this illustration as Exhibit E. And if I could just hand it up to the board in case you have any questions about testimony.
Objection, will admit that as Exhibit E.
So utilizing this illustration, it just summarize the fact that the quarry, Hedrick Quarry, where this plant is proposed to be located, the quarry operations utilize wells that you draw off.
Yeah,
You
so
said 500,000 gallons a day.
Yeah, so the pit itself, you can almost essentially access as a well. It's an open hole. Yeah, but we're actually having to pump, on average 500,000 gallons a day. The two wells we have on site, one well supplies water to the plant, and the other supplies water to scale house, an employee break room, something similar like you would have it for a residential home.
And does the Exhibit E, does it sort of illustrate what you were talking about in terms of the fractures?
Yes, yeah. Now, those fractures are definitely, you'll see, is larger than the fractures. Those are for illustration. A typical fracture would be in the centimeter range or less, but there'll be there'll be a lot of fractures. And so when you're drilling a well, as they're casing it and that well's coming down, you're intersecting those fractures and that water flows into that, well column, and that's how, residential home or business who has a well, that's how they're, the water's being recharged.
And you have, at this location, more than a quarter century of experience in industrial operations and the use of wells in this area, right?
Correct.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much. And open up to board questions, comments.
You mentioned that you pump 500,000 gallons out a day. Where does that go?
So some of it's going to the plant and a lot of it's going to the French Broad River. So we have a stormwater permit and wastewater permit that allows us to do that.
And before I actually let you go, you had actually also did an aerial showing the distance between the Southern Concrete proposed plant and the residential areas, is that right?
Correct.
And I'll mark as Exhibit F. This is a document that you had prepared, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tender Exhibit F into the record.
Hearing no objections, so tendered.
And Jason, again, before I let you go, with this diagram, it does, this Exhibit F that you prepared, it shows the existing quarry, right?
Correct.
It shows residential areas from some of the speakers from the last meeting, right?
Correct.
And it shows the proposed Southern Concrete plant site, right?
Yes, correct.
And whether or not the plant receives the permit, the quarry is going to still operate, correct?
Yes, correct.
And it's been operating for,
Since around 1975, 76.
and within the quarry, between the concrete plant and these residential areas, there is an asphalt plant, correct?
Correct.
And that asphalt plant has been there how long?
oh gosh, probably since the late 70s, early 80s.
And obviously, that asphalt plant will continue to operate regardless of what happens with this permit.
Yes, correct.
Those are the questions I have.
Have you all considered any noise testing, decibel testing? And if not, why? And if not, what do you expect the noise impact to be in relation to what's already existing?
So that is my next witness.
Next thing, okay. And have y'all had discussions with DOT or had internal discussions on additional signage along Goldview Road around that curve in advance of that existing driveway? There may not be any right now, but if we're increasing traffic there and large vehicles, even more large vehicles than we have now, the concern would be it might be a blind curve.
Right, we have not on the quarry side.
Okay. Okay. Other questions, thoughts? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that one of the board members ran away.
Right.
Do you want to take a moment?
Let's take a moment there.
That's fine. I'll,
I didn't get an indication of length of time there either. So let's take a quick 5 minute. We'll recess for a second. Thank y'all. No, thank you.
All right, Matt, if you'll
All
introduce.
right. Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Matthew Fogelman?
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Matt, if you'll introduce yourself and tell the board about your qualifications.
Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Fogelman. I'm a licensed professional engineer in North Carolina. I work for a company called ECS Southeast. We're a consulting engineering firm. I'm a principal engineer with that firm. I've got about over 25 years of experience in consulting engineering, ranging primarily in construction inspections, environmental consulting, geophysical testing, and vibration and noise surveys. And so I've been asked to speak on the potential noise considerations and vibrations.
And just, if you would, in terms of your experience, just briefly describe to the board some of the studies that you have conducted related to noise.
Sure. So just as an example, some things that me and our firm have worked on that you might recognize, we've done various noise studies along the Hendersonville Road corridor. Specifically, we've done noise studies for the Facebook data centers down in Forest City. We did noise and construction vibration surveys for New Belgium when they were building the brewery in the River Arts District. We've done similar construction noise and vibration surveys for the Embassy Suites downtown that was recently built. We've done noise and vibration monitoring at the St. Lawrence Basilica related to some of the construction activity around that site as well, just as a few, and then many others.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tender this witness as an expert in professional engineering and specifically noise evaluation.
There are no objections, so tendered. Thank you.
All right, Matt. If you would, just walk the board through what you did relating to this project, your site visit, your evaluation as it relates to noise and vibration.
Sure. So, I've just generally familiarized myself with the location of the site and the areas in the vicinity, some of the residential properties that are nearest to the property, which I understand are mostly to the southeast of where this site is proposed. In a perfect world, we would be able to set up monitoring stations, essentially fancy microphones around the site and pick up vibrations and be able to directly measure those. But obviously, in this case, the plant is not constructed and operational, so we can't necessarily do that for this site. But Southern Concrete did commission a very thorough noise study on one of their other plants, and that collected a lot of data about their general operations of their concrete batch plant, around the facilities, around the perimeter of their property, and collected some really good data about how those noise levels attenuate with distance and what some of the potential effects would be off-site of their property. So I was provided with a copy of that report, reviewed that report, and have looked at that, again, in context of this site, which would be considered a similar type of batch plant, similar type of operation, similar type of activity. You would assume would generate similar types of noise levels in the context of the surrounding vicinity and the location of these residential properties nearest to the site.
And the particular spot or the plant that was reviewed for this noise study was on Pond Road?
Yeah, that was their Pond Road batch plant.
Which is in Buncombe County?
Correct.
Yeah. And you're familiar with that Pond Road location in the operations of the plant there?
Yes.
And so you have familiarized yourself with the location of the site in question that's before this board?
Correct, yes.
And so from your experience in conducting noise and vibration evaluations and your knowledge of the site, your review of the noise study done, do you have an opinion about whether or not there would be any harmful impacts relating to noise and vibration associated with the proposed plant?
I do. I think just in general, my professional opinion in general is that the normal plant operation should not have, a negative impact on the noise levels in the vicinity of the site. Specifically, I'll reference back to that previous noise study that was done. That study placed microphones around that Pond Road site, and they were about 300 to 400 feet from the actual batch operations itself. And that's where they were recording their measurements from. And then I'll say that those, the nearest residential properties around that site are on the order of about 700 feet away from where that Pond Road batch plant is located. In this particular case, the nearest residential properties are on the order of about 1,800 to 2,200 feet away, so significantly greater distance. You can imagine that sound and vibrations attenuate with distance, and so the farther away you are, the less that they're noticeable, the less vibrations there are. That study indicated that those properties at that distance should be able to expect about a 0.2 to 2.7% chance of the noise from the batch plant exceeding the typical ambient noise levels in that area. And so there's different ways to look at, would noise be a problem per se? In that particular report, it was looking at what are the ambient noise levels anyway? What's going on in the area? What's typical? And is the activities of the plant generating something that is atypical? Is it more? Is it creating additional noise? And so generally, the results of that study were that it was a very, very small likelihood that that would happen. If you reference that back to what are the typical ambient noise levels.
And relating to the ambient noise levels of the project in question, if you'll just walk through that with the board, and I guess state a little bit of the obvious.
Right, and again, we don't have specific measurements of what the ambient noise levels are here around this site, but because it is an active quarry site, you can imagine that there's a lot of activity in the area. There's trucks that normally run in and out of the quarry. There's other vehicles and equipment and things like that that are normally going back and forth up and down Goldview Road and in and out of the quarry property as part of their activity. So it's not a, the current ambient noise levels are not at a real low level to begin with. And so any activities from this batch plant exceeding that, I think, would be, in this case, probably negligible.
And the Pond Road, there was a study of the operations with an immediately adjoining residential property, and the Pond Road location is not in a quarry, right?
Correct.
And again, the study was of the Pond Road site as it relates to an immediate adjoining residential property.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same type of just typical activity that this site has anyway on any given day. There's vehicles traveling up and down Pond Road and that sort of thing, but.
So I asked you the question of whether you had an opinion of whether or not the proposed project would be harmful in terms of vibration and noise to a residential neighborhood, and your answer to that is what?
My answer to that is no. I don't, that's not my opinion.
Okay. Those are the questions I have, Mr. Chairman.
So with the Pond Road site, for example, having a 0.5% to 2.5% chance of exceeding the ambient noise levels present in the area, what would you expect moving from an 850-foot distance to a 1,800-foot distance to have? What effect would you expect that to have on that percentage ratio?
I mean, qualitatively, I would expect it to be less for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the increased distance, the rolling terrain, the woods, in between the properties and this site also help attenuate noise and vibrations and such. Exactly how much, it's tough to say. Noise attenuation is tricky, but in general, you can assume about a 1 or 2 decibel drop for every 100 feet if I had to pick kind of round numbers, but the point is it would be lower. It drops
Right.
for a number of reasons.
Thoughts on?
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, please, David.
what would you say is the dB level of a concrete truck as it's driving along the road at a normal rate of speed? I think this is a 35-mile-an-hour road, so what is the, when you did this analysis, I'm sure you took into account the fact that the concrete plant is probably going to I-70, so it's going to go past, 50 homes or so. What is the dB level of a concrete truck when compared to a pickup truck.
So what's your, help me understand your question? What's the
You're in one of the homes
relative?
that are between the concrete plant and 70. You live there. You're half a mile down the street, but the only way to get to 70 is to go along this road. And you're used to hearing pickup trucks and whatever. And I'm guessing the dB level of those is around 50 or so. What is the dB level of an operating concrete truck as it's going down the road past these neighbors?
And can I ask for a clarification? Are you also asking for the difference between this truck and whether it's an asphalt truck or whether it's a quarry truck? Or are you just asking between a normal vehicle like my Ford and a truck, a concrete vehicle?
Big picture, what I'm trying to understand is the addition of this additional load on the community, because we're talking about what is the dB level of the community. And if they're already used to receiving X number of asphalt trucks and Y number of quarry trucks, if we add Z number of dump trucks, at what point, or concrete trucks, at what point does it become a problem for the community? So if the community is at this point of the dB load, which I'm assuming on these other trucks is between the 70 and 90, which is what I've read is the reasonable dB level of these vehicles, at a certain point, cumulatively, it adds up. So I'm curious, have you done any dB studies, or have you considered the noise coming from a concrete truck being added to these other vehicles?
So if you're asking about general noise levels coming from a concrete truck, I'll just say that, yeah, I mean, it can be in that range, 70 to 90 as much, and that depends, again, on a lot of things. Depends on if you're standing right next to the truck. It depends on if you're a certain distance away from the truck. It depends on if the truck has their drum spun up. Depends on, what the RPMs of the drum are. There's a lot of factors that go into what the noise of a typical, quote-unquote, concrete truck might be. It can be high. It can be loud, but I wouldn't say it's higher or louder than dump trucks going by in a low gear or in other types of construction type of vehicles. Now, if your question is about at what point does too many vehicles become too many, I don't know. I don't know that. And I think that's qualitative. I haven't looked at the specifics of the amount of traffic that's currently on those roads. The traffic engineer might be able to speak to that, but I haven't looked at that.
So the purpose of what you're saying today, if I understand it correctly, is you're speaking to the dB levels. And we understand that dB levels above 80 are a problem, and you want to be between 40 and 60. We get that. What you're saying today is based upon the plant operation where it stands, you're commenting on, hey, the people that literally live around it that can hear it. That's what you're commenting on? You're not commenting on all the people between the plant and 70 that are going to be experiencing this load. Is that, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. And I don't want to put any words in your mouth either.
Sure. Well, to your question, I didn't say anything about 70 dBs, whether being okay or not. So that's not part of what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, what is okay?
I'm speaking of, I'm sorry?
What number is okay? What number?
Well, again, that's a question that you can't answer directly because it depends on too many variables.
Okay.
So what, OSHA approved levels, there's those. And that has to do with exposure time, proximity to the source, and other factors that are tough to define. So what I'm speaking to is the presence of the batch plant being there and its batching operations. Now, yeah, there will be trucks that drive up and down the road to deliver concrete and come back. But the actual batch plant itself, in the loading the trucks, the mixing operation, the trucks, spinning up their drums to mix the concrete, the presence of the batch plant there doing its work, in my opinion, is not going to create a significant increase over what the otherwise ambient noise levels already would be.
Okay. Thank you.
And in terms of your evaluation, I do think you did look at the Buncombe County noise ordinance to draw some standards from the county's own ordinance relating to noise, right?
Correct, yes.
Well, if you could just talk about that.
Sure. So, this whole conversation about noise and what is acceptable and what's not acceptable, it is subjective, and I admit that. So that's why we need to kind of look at it as what is an appropriate reference. If the reference that when Southern commissioned that study for their Pond Road site, they were looking at the ambient noise levels in that area as a reference. And I think that's reasonable, because if the conversation is about if adding this batch plant here is going to have a, an effect on the surrounding area, I think that's a reasonable reference to say, well, what's the current condition of the surrounding area, and are we going to increase or are we going to affect that? Outside of that, the Buncombe County Noise Ordinance does have some pretty specific definitions about what is acceptable and not acceptable in terms of the ordinance itself. So specifically, I'll reference section 26-181 of the ordinance that talks about unnecessary noises are not approved. Those unnecessary noises are indicated as being unreasonably loud, disturbing, and unnecessary, which again is kind of qualitative. However, there are a lot of activities that are listed in the ordinance, specifically things like blowing horns, loud radios, screeching tires, blowing whistles, discharging firearms, bells and gongs and loudspeakers. There's a long list of things that are kind of obviously would be considered unnecessary noises. None of the activities from this operation that is at the proposed concrete plant would fall into those categories as generating an unnecessary noise. And in addition, section 26-188 of the Buncombe County Ordinance also lists exceptions that are exempt from the noise ordinance. And specifically, one of those exceptions that it lists is noises resulting from the normal operations of any commercial or industrial enterprise. And so in my opinion, this would also fall into the category. This would be normal noises that would result from the normal operation of a commercial or industrial enterprise. It's not outside of the range of what would be considered normal for that type of activity.
In studying this site, what was your understanding from your internal conversations of what percentage of traffic would be exiting this particular site footprint and going around within this, internally within the development towards the residences versus what percentage goes directly out to Riverside Drive and out?
So I don't know that I've looked into that level of detail. I know the 30 to 50 vehicles total that the traffic engineer had mentioned as far as trips in and out of the site itself is kind of what I was thinking about. Exactly how those trips, where they go once they leave the site and that sort of thing, I haven't looked at.
But they're going straight towards Riverside Drive, not internally within the site, elsewhere.
So
Toward the river.
We have a Southern Concrete witness next that you can ask that question.
Yeah.
And actually, we have our Jason with Hedrick had actually done a noise evaluation of Hedrick trucks that he can, to address the one question the board member had about vehicles. So we're gonna offer up Jason to explore that topic.
Well, so we don't have to call you up again, though. If the answer later on, though, to that question is, no, they're going to travel internally, those large vehicles internally within the site, and come closer, halfway as close to the residences in the normal course of business, how would that impact noise
Can
being
I ask
received by
the
those
question,
properties?
Are you saying
Yeah.
coming out differently than the entrance?
Yeah, the main entrance I'm seeing is towards Riverside Drive, to the left, to the west of this particular footprint, to Riverside Drive.
So the main entrance that we've talked about is on to Goldview Road.
Mhm.
That Goldview Road is not in the project, it is a state road. If you're asking, will the trucks turn left or will the trucks turn
Yes.
right, then that's a Southern Concrete operational question for a witness that's going to talk here shortly. If you're when you say internal is what was throwing me off.
To the property boundary, not to the site boundary.
So
Are the heavy trucks coming closer to the residences during the normal course of operation, or are they leaving, going the opposite way toward the river?
So they are coming out at that one entrance, and that is the only entrance they'll be using. And that entrance is disclosed on the site plan.
Okay.
It's generally
That's
reflected here.
that's
So
it.
if you're talking about the entrance that's Hedrick's entrance,
Mhm.
that's closer to the residences, we are not intending to use that entrance.
Thank you.
That's your question.
That was the point, yeah.
We're only going to use this one entrance.
That was the point I was trying to make. Other, yes. Below.
Forgive me if you've already covered this, but just a point of information. What's the comparison in the size between the Pond Road plant and this concrete plant?
Southern can probably speak on that better than I can. I'm not sure.
Yeah, in terms of the
The-
size,
the-
it's a
the size of
similar,
the property?
similar operation, but in terms of exact acreage, what constitutes the acreage, you'll have to ask the next witness.
Yeah, anything else on noise? Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Jason? He's already been sworn in, Mr. Chairman, and the one question about vehicle noise, Hedrick did commission a study relating to vehicles, the quarry vehicles, correct?
Correct, yes. We had Blue Ridge do a study for us in 2023. And basically, they looked at the worst-case scenario of 158 trucks per hour coming out of the quarry. And essentially, it was Spanish Oaks entrance was 52 decibels, property line was 52, and then they did a Spanish Oaks upper community 42, and Spanish Oaks lower at 36. And this counted pickup trucks, cars, dump trucks, larger trucks, quads, tractor and trailers, so it accounted for all those vehicles.
And would you say
Thank
that
you.
that a concrete truck is,
It would be smaller than a tractor and trailer. It would be similar to, I would say, a quad pickup, a quad dump truck. So it would be 4 axles, I'm not sure the tonnage on that, but I would say it'd be exactly the same decibel range.
thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Mr. Chairman, our last witness we have is John Bryson.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
John Bryson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, John. Last but not least, here you are. If you will go ahead and introduce yourself and tell the board what your relationship to the project in question.
I guess I'll tell about me first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a graduate of Western Carolina University all the way back in 1984. I graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial Technology and Engineering. I entered the ready-mix business in May of 1987. I've been with Southern Concrete since September of 1993, fulfilling regional roles as regional management, all phases of our operation. And since 2019, I've been president of Southern Concrete.
And before we get into your written affidavit, if you could explain to the board why we're even here. What is the whole point of this application? Why is it being, why did you make the application?
Okay. Our original impetus for relocating the batch plant to this proposed site comes from the fact that prior to the flood, we had agreed to sell our property where our existing Weaverville batch plant is to allow an appropriate assemblage for the hospital to be built there. We looked around the community all the way up toward the Mars Hill exit and all the way back as far as this site for other property to relocate to. Finding none, we determined to explore the opportunity to relocate to this site. And of course, since then, the flood has happened, and really feel like it's an incumbent upon us to maintain a batching operation on this side of town.
And why is that?
Well, there's a lot of community there that needs our services, and now with the rebuilding from the flood, even more so.
Now, you have prepared a written statement for the board, is that right?
That's correct.
And I believe we're at Exhibit G, is that right, Griffin?
Are you referring to the affidavit?
Yeah. Is this a copy of your affidavit?
It is.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to tender Exhibit G to the record.
Objection so tendered.
Since the question was asked not too long ago, what is can you compare the Pond Road location to the one that's proposed?
Yeah, those plant sites are very similar as far as the plant structure you would see. The Pond Road location is a little busier as far as our volume that we do from there.
Since the last board meeting, I believe that there was testimony at the last board meeting that we had conducted a community meeting. At the last board meeting, we committed to conducting another community meeting, and did that take place?
It did.
Okay, and how many folks were in attendance approximately?
I don't have the sign-in list. I would say total 30 plus to 40.
And this happened at the end of January?
It did.
Okay. Now, the affidavit that you've turned in addresses a number of topics dealing with particularly air quality issue and operational issues. Let's start with issues surrounding water. Previously testified by Warren is the fact that you intend to have 2 storage tanks, one above ground and one below ground, with a potential capacity cumulatively of about 20,000 gallons. Is that right? Or I think your number may be a range, so if you can talk about that.
Sure. We'll have 2 storage tanks. One of those tanks will have the capacity to actually heat the water for cold weather concrete season so that we can batch with heated water. It'll be 10,000 gallons. The other tank will be in the ground to help keep the water cooler in the summertime for hot weather concreting. That tank hasn't been purchased, of course, but we're looking at an 8 or 10,000 gallon tank for that.
And
So it'd be either a total of 18 to 20,000 gallons, yes.
And in terms of how water is used and how water would be drawn for operational purposes, are those tanks, would they be the primary source for drawing water for operational purposes?
Those tanks will be the sole source for operational purposes. You can't batch directly out of a well because as you're batching, it requires speed with the water. So our regional operations manager did a 2-year analysis of our current Weaverville location to where we average 100 yards a day of concrete. So based on that average and knowing that we use around 45 gallons a yard, our usage would be around 4,500 gallons a day, average. Those would come from one or a combination of those tanks that obviously wouldn't drain either one of them. So the refilling of those tanks from the wells isn't a sudden thing that has to happen. It can happen slowly over time just to keep them full.
And juxtaposed to the number of 4,500 gallons a day, you heard that your landlord, the facility that you are within, they draw approximately 500,000 gallons a day.
Correct. Correct.
So in terms of air quality, I believe that you would be looking to obtain a permit, an air quality permit from the Buncombe County Air Authority, is that right?
That's correct. The state, since 2012, doesn't require an air permit, but the local county does. That's correct.
And if you could touch on the topic of fly ash, because that was a concern that was raised at the last meeting by a speaker, if you could touch on that topic, please.
Sure. Fly ash is one of our cementitious products that we use to make concrete along with cement. Fly ash is a recycled product that comes from the combustion of coal at a coal-fired power plant. We are not producing the fly ash, nor are we producing the cement on site. We receive the fly ash and the cement in enclosed tankers hauled by truck to our property, to our operation. It gets pumped up into our silos that hold that, and then we load it into the scales and then into the truck. Throughout that process, there's bag filter systems because all that's moved pneumatically. So as the air escapes that process, we collect any particles that would be through that filter system. And then that gets shook back down into our storage or into the concrete truck itself so we don't waste it. Fly ash, to your question, fly ash is a supplementary cementitious product that was found many years ago to be very useful to be mixed in concrete. As a matter of fact, North Carolina DOT requires that fly ash be used in the mix in certain structures such as bridge decks. Fly ash has the ability to make the concrete more able to withstand harsh climates, de-icing salts and things like that.
And isn't it true that using fly ash is actually, there's a benefit in terms of how much water you need to utilize in the process, right? You use less water because, in fact, you have fly ash.
Fly ash doesn't require less water, actually. The mixed design incorporating fly ash and the mixed design without the use of fly ash has very similar water demand. But what it does allow us, it allows us to use a recycled product. And once fly ash, which I know fly ash has a lot of bad publicity about it, none of which comes from a concrete plant, mind you. But once fly ash is encased in our product, our concrete, whether that concrete's deposited in the water, in the ground, or in the air, is the best final resting place for fly ash that you can imagine.
So it's, your affidavit touches on the fact that the Federal Highway Administration and the North Carolina Department of Transportation, both agencies recommend the use of fly ash in concrete, correct?
They recommend it, and for certain structures, they require it unless we just have an absolute reason that we can't gain the fly ash. Yes, they recommend it and somewhat require it.
And so, in terms of your experience, you have seen memorandums or reports that are put out by the Federal Highway Administration relating to the benefits of fly ash, correct?
Correct.
And what I've marked as Exhibit H, is this a publication that's put out by the Federal Highway Administration relating to the benefits of fly ash as in use of highway construction?
Correct.
I've marked this as Exhibit H, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to tender it up to the board as part of the record.
No objection, so tendered.
It's the fly ash facts for highway engineers. So, John, you heard with James Vasso's testimony that the traffic engineer, James Vasso, has recommended certain actions be taken by Southern Concrete to improve site distance as part of his report. You heard that, right?
I did.
And Southern Concrete is willing, as part of a condition of the permit, to impose the recommendations from the traffic engineer as a condition of the application and permit, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I believe you heard Mr. Chairman ask questions about signage, and is Southern Concrete willing to install signage as may be directed by the board?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And work with the DOT if it's their signs that's required.
Now, in terms of trucks, can you talk to the board? You mentioned in your report, but go ahead and elaborate, if nothing else for the public, about who the drivers are of your trucks compared to the quarry or asphalt plant.
I can, and this is the same information that we shared at the community meeting. Over 90% of all the trucks used in our operation are owned by Southern Concrete and driven by Southern Concrete employees. We do have some trucks that might haul sand in or that might haul fly ash or cement in that comes from great distances away that we might not own. But 90+% are owned and operated by Southern Concrete. There was a question, I don't remember who asked it, but I remember listening to those that was frustrated by different drivers of different trucks not being able to tell whose truck it was. Unlike the quarry operation, where a lot of customers and contract haulers come and go, the people that come and go primarily to our operation are our drivers and our trucks. We have the ability to control their behavior very well. We've got cameras on the inside of our trucks to monitor driver behavior, to make sure that they're safe. And we have a way of controlling that. I'm not saying that the others don't, but I'm saying that we do.
Unlike the quarry in terms of folks taking product from the quarry facility and not necessarily being quarry-related vehicles, the folks carrying product that you are creating that's going out into the world, those are your trucks, right?
Those are our trucks,
Yeah.
correct.
All right. I believe there was a question posed about leaving the plant. What direction would trucks go? If you can touch on that topic, please.
Yeah, that was a big discussion at the community meeting. As I understand it, within the boundary of the Hedrick property is the right-of-way of Goldview Road that cuts through the boundary of the Hedrick property. But onto the state road, Goldview Road, we will have the safe ability to turn either right or left. If we turn right, I'm speaking of exiting, we could go down to the river. If we turn left, we would take Goldview Road to Aiken Road, bypassing the community of Spanish Oaks. And we had been asked, could we make 100% of our exit trips to the right down by the river, and I was not willing to commit to that. I mean, there may be reasons that we need to travel to Aiken Road.
Well, if you could just elaborate on the reasons. I know there's a timing question about delivery, and if you could just elaborate.
There is. The nature of our product has a small shelf life. Once the cement is mixed with water in the drum of our truck, things go live then. The hydration process starts, and you've got a time limit there. That's why our deliveries are always just-in-time deliveries with our product to our customers. It's the nature of what we do. So adding time can be an enemy. But it does appear that there's ways that, depending on where the job site is and the time of day that it might be just as well for us to take the river, and even better due to traffic load. And we'd be willing to do that. But I would not stand here and say that our application is based on always going that way.
And in terms of who your customers are, your customers include the state of North Carolina, correct?
Our customers include state customers, commercial customers in the community. So certainly, and we try to, as much as we can, control the time of day that they want our services. We have the ability to negotiate that somewhat. And we did make a commitment that in our on-duty hours to operate the batch plant is typically somewhere around 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning until 4:30 or 5 in the afternoon. That's our normal hours. But we feel like when we operate outside those hours, that we would be able to take the road down to the river to make that better on the community in the off hours. That unless one of those roads are closed. I mean, if the state's doing a project there and closes that road, obviously we couldn't go that way.
Well, talking about the state, while one would expect that a private property owner is not going to pour his driveway in the middle of the night, if you would just discuss what may be obvious is the fact the state of North Carolina Department of Transportation, they work all hours of the day, and what drives you having to work when the sun is down.
And some projects that a certain market segment of ours, which is DOT, sometimes they want to pour concrete in those off hours for the reason of traffic control at the project site. They can better accommodate traffic around the project site in off hours for safety reasons. Well, when that happens, they require us to provide our service in those hours. And there's not a lot we can do to change that.
Mr. Chairman, those are the questions I have.
Without committing to percentages of the time that you'll be using the Aiken route to 26 versus the Riverside Drive route, would you say that normal protocol internally or your instruction to drivers would be that in the normal course of business during regular hours, you would lean towards using the Aiken Road access, that route for trucks, versus the Riverside access, or would it be reversed?
That's correct, unless the job site benefits us and the customer by taking the river, which may be the case
Okay.
in many times.
Okay, thank you. Other thoughts, questions?
I have one question.
Please.
Did your company have any issues after Helene? This may have been covered at another meeting, but this is my first one.
Did we receive damages from Helene?
Yeah,
Yes.
was it flooded? Did any of the water go into the
We
first
were
garage?
severely damaged at our Biltmore location where our corporate headquarters are. Our corporate office, our truck shop there, our plant maintenance shop there, our batch plant there, as well as the batch plant location in Hendersonville was damaged from the same storm event. We are not reopened yet in Biltmore.
Okay. Thank you.
We also had several trucks flooded beyond repair that we've parked at an off-site location now. Regrettably, preparing to get rid of them as scrap.
Seeing no further discussion, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And those are our witnesses.
Thank you so much. Anyone here to speak as a witness on this case? If you'll raise your hand all at once. Thank you very much. All right, anybody that let us know in advance on witnesses, or anybody remaining from the standing applications that we had pledged to get up first?
We have the three applications for standing, and as well as three individuals who submitted a form to participate as a witness, so.
Okay, let's have those witnesses first, then the standing, then we'll open
Wait,
it up to anybody who's here.
I'm so confused. Why are we dealing with standing?
No, sorry,
But they're
we're
not standing, they were
the
witnesses.
folks who
were
applied
standing.
for standing and were denied.
I
Oh.
think they were the people who applied for standing, their application was denied, and now they are here as a witness,
Yes,
as opposed to
that
that.
I understand.
If staff will help us with those witnesses first, then the standing applicants originally, then. For, oh, sure. Let's do that then. Let's have you two up, or you each up, one after the other, then we'll start with that order. Is that okay? Okay. We'll swear each witness in.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Eric Quorum?
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Eric Quorum, and my address is 56 Goldview Road. First off, I'd like to thank the board for being here. It's my understanding that your role as board members is a volunteer role. So after attending last month's meeting and witnessing the work that you undertake here, I have both great sympathy for you, but also great admiration for your service. So thank you for being here. I'm aware that my comments today need to be substantive in regards to the matters at hand, have relevance to the matters at hand, and that as a witness, I need to be competent. It is my lived experience at 56 Goldview Road that makes me a competent witness. I live at this address with my wife and my 4 children. My kids are ages 12, 11, 6, and 4. Every weekday and many Saturdays, my children are awakened at 6 a.m. to trucks bearing down on Goldview Road. My front porch is 50 feet from Goldview Road. And my bedroom that I sleep in and my children's bedroom is also the same distance. Many of those trucks are belching thick, black diesel exhaust in clear violation of emissions regulations, blaring at 85 decibels. To get to your question, I've taken readings. I've taken readings from my yard about 40 feet from the road, and it was anywhere from 75 to 85. I'm not sure where their witness got 45.
that is not even close to the sound level that we are experiencing, that I'm experiencing on a daily level at 56 Goldview Road. I'd like to first focus on the problem of the trucks because it has direct bearing on the relevance to the request for a permit for more industry on Goldview Road, more industry that brings more trucks to our roads. So I'll start here. We were told at the community meeting held at the quarry that there was a traffic study of the trucks on our roads, but then when we asked for a copy, it was turned out that there was no traffic study that would be shared with us. So at this point, we decided to count the trucks ourselves. We set up a high-quality security camera on my front porch and recorded trucks continuously for 2 weeks. We then downloaded the videos, randomly selected 2 days, and counted every truck that passed by my house from 6 in the morning until 6 at night for the selected days. If you allow me, I'd love to give you these documents that are for the 2 days that we counted. Would I be allowed to bring them and hand them to you?
And show them to,
Sure. This is for January 30th, and this is for February. So there's 2 days that we counted.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I said this is at the last meeting. Just as a courtesy, I'm going to withhold any objections to allow most of these witnesses to get through it. And so at the end, if he wants to hand up something, then I'll have a comment. If he wants to interrupt his presentation to hand up something, I might need to go ahead and make an objection. But it depends on when he wants to hand stuff up. You know, the fact we have a lawfully existing quarry that's been around for 40-plus years, a lawfully existing asphalt. We have a lawfully existing quarry that's been operating for over 40 years. We have a lawfully existing asphalt plant that's been operating for over 40 years. And this data is about lawfully existing vehicles of those two operations where the property in question is zoned open use. I don't believe this witness will be able to tender himself either as a noise expert or as a traffic person. And so if he's offering up testimony that my client's proposed project will cause harm, then obviously I would have an objection to that. If he's just saying this is what the studies we've found about these lawfully existing uses, it is what it is. But I just wanted to make those comments for the record at this time.
yeah, the board would have to consider at this point, any testimony during this period, lay testimony.
Right.
See, rather than not, it was
And I
evidence.
would just base that, you know, once again, your testimony can be based on what you've personally observed, your personal experience and things like that. You have to be careful about rendering opinions. That's kind of where we get into a dicey thing, and I would caution that for all witnesses, that if you are trying to give an opinion, you need to establish that somehow you are qualified to give that expert opinion. Does that help you in
Yeah,
terms of
and
what you?
I think this information is very pertinent because it counts the trucks. And so we understand that the trucks are allowed to be there currently, but what we're saying is that there's a certain threshold of trucks now, and then with the permit being requested, those truck numbers are going to be going up, right? That's our argument. So I think this is very pertinent to the argument that we're trying to make.
The board would be
I think
inclined
that
to
they
take-
can.
take that documentation and to review it as lay documentation.
Yeah, I think that if that is, now, do you have copies for everybody?
Yeah, we
or-
have copies for
or
everyone.
Each of those separate documents?
And I also have the data if they wanted to check the data, because each of these trucks that's been registered here has a timestamp in the data file. It can all be verified. Each truck that's registered in these documents can be verified from this data that's on this, and we're willing to give this to y'all.
Do you have a decibel reading of any of these vehicles?
I did it personally on my iPhone, but I don't have one right now. I think there might be some other members who've taken some decibel readings that can give those numbers.
And we're going to have an issue with there because we obviously had testimony of a noise study that was conducted relating to vehicles. So this is what it is in terms of what he did with something on his back deck. And so I'll address the irrelevancy later, but
Yes.
I just wanted to make comments.
It was actually
Yeah, the
my
board
fault.
has to consider the expert testimony paramount. And then there's lay testimony beyond that that is not weighed, have not weighed equally, okay? So feel free to circulate, please.
Yeah, I think that he's laid a foundation that this is his personal observation
that's what we
on
wanna
these
see.
days. So I think we're good moving forward with this.
Yeah.
So Craig, the documents that are being handed out, I believe, are respondent or witness exhibit 1 and 2,
Okay.
in case you're keeping track. Yeah, he is a copy.
Okay.
I have a next one for the 30th here in case you're short. I got 3. No, I got that. You just gave me an extra one.
Griffin, you got a copy?
Copy. So there's 2. There's a February and a January. Is that
There's,
correct?
there's information from February 5th, 2025, and information from January 30th, 2025. 2 separate documents.
Right. January 30th document will be Exhibit 1, Witness Exhibit 1, and the February 5th will be Witness Exhibit 2.
So accepted.
So as shown in the cover pages of for each set of the truck time stamps, on Thursday, January 30th, 2025, the total number of truck passes, and when I say passes, I mean either west or east, total number of truck passes counted was 1,048. On Wednesday, February 5th, 2025, the total number of truck passes counted was 1,383. I would like to say that all of us who live on these roads, 1,383 truck passes a day is enough. We understand that we can't fix what's already here, but we don't want to add to this number. That's our argument. We're told by SEM that they will use 5 concrete trucks, which they just said, actually, I think they increased the number a little bit, 2 runs a day, which translates to 20 passes. I'm actually giving them benefit of the doubt right now because I think they said there would be more than that. But my question is, what motivation does SCM have in limiting truck runs? What incentive would they have to limit themselves to the number of trips a day that they relay to us when there's profit to be made? Who would monitor this supposed limit? An outside governing body? Some means of law enforcement? The truth of the matter is there'd be nothing to stop SCM from running 100 trips a day if you give them the permit. There will also be support trucks hauling fly ash and cement to the plant. There will be additional trucks bringing materials to build the plant in its construction phase, and the additional trucks of the workers who come and go due to employment at the plant, adding to the overall volume of traffic in general. Another relevant topic to the request for the plant and more trucks is the deterioration of the roads. A large 5-axle truck fully loaded with rocks would typically weigh around 80,000 pounds, which is the legal maximum weight limit for a fully loaded semi-truck in the United States, according to federal regulations. Our roads are broken and misshapen. They're broken and misshapen with large divots. They cannot handle the trucks that are coming now. The concrete trucks that would be used would generally carry 10 yards of concrete each, weighing approximately 4,000 pounds per yard. The average truck is around 26,000 pounds. That would bring a total of 66,000 pounds for the concrete trucks. And I think I'm being generous there to SCM. Also, for the sake of relevance and pertinence, I would like to state that I am a licensed professional contractor and that I work with gravel trucks and concrete trucks in my livelihood. I'm not against trucks in general. I don't hate trucks. But on our small R1 neighborhood roads leading to the proposed concrete plant, 1,383 truck passes is enough. I'd like to close my time with a few words concerning the open use designation, which is the zoning designation of the proposed concrete plant, which the lawyer just stated, and he's correct. The OU, or open use, I'm going to read the exact verbiage from the Buncombe County Zoning Code. The OU, or open use district, is established as a district in which all uses are allowed by right, except for certain uses that are regulated as conditional uses so that, as to ensure that neighborhood impact is mitigated. I went to the Buncombe County Muni Code section, and under the statement that describes the open use that I just read is a table that indicates that concrete plants are under the conditional use designation. This means that the key to your decision as members of the board is to decide whether the R1 neighborhoods on Goldview Road, Aiken Road, and Woodland Hills Drive have received this sufficient impact. That's your decision. As citizens of this R1 neighborhood, we would respectfully ask you to consider that we've received more than sufficient impact from the destructive and dangerous number of trucks on our roads currently. To add to our current burden would serve to increase what is already unbearable. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. We'll open up for any questions you might have for you. Just to start off, I noticed you picked a Wednesday and a Thursday here during the week and all day, of course. What were your total calculations? Did you have 5 days you picked to do this, or 10 days, and you narrowed down to these two to present, or not?
Yeah, I don't know
Was it
what
just
went
these
into
two?
the actual selection of the days, but we had 10 days or 14 days worth of information. Obviously, we didn't pick a Saturday, we picked weekdays to count.
And so looking at that 2 weeks of data, did you pull two of the highest result totals, or did you pull out of the middle, or what did you do?
I don't believe that's so, because I think the onerous task of counting these things is ridiculous. So I don't think we would, I only counted some of them, but I don't think we would have counted all the trucks for every day, because it would take forever.
Yeah.
So I think we just picked 2 days and went with it.
Okay.
One happened to be higher than the other.
Thank you.
One question I have, aside from testifying to generally provide information to the board, what is your purpose of testifying here? What is it precisely that you hope to accomplish?
I mean, we're afraid when this permit if it gets passed and they build the plant, it's going to increase the truck numbers. And like I said in my presentation, what's to stop SCM from making 100, 200 runs a day? They have the privilege then of doing whatever they want. There's no enforcement. There's nobody checking the number of trucks runs. There's nothing that's going to stop them from, I mean, if you're trying to make profit, you want to make as much profit as you possibly can. I don't blame them for that. I would probably do that too, but the problem is that we have a shared space. We live in a shared space. Goldview Road, Aiken Road, the third road, which I'm blanking on right now. They're shared corridors. We have to live there. And like I said, I'm not lying when I said I clocked 85 decibels. Do you want to listen to 85 decibels all day long for 1,383 trucks? Not all of them are 85 decibels, but there's a range. Even a 75 is loud. If you come stand on my porch, I will invite you to come stand on my porch if you would like to listen. I mean, we can't open our windows. We just can't do it. I mean, we get Sunday, we get a little peace.
Yeah, that's not exactly answering my question, unfortunately. What precisely would you like to happen?
We would like the numbers of trucks to stay where they are minimally. We would not like them to increase. If they run more trucks, it's going to increase. We don't want the increase in trucks. We have already too many trucks.
Well, they can't make concrete without trucks. So what is it you'd like to be done?
I would like you all to consider not allowing the permit.
Oh, okay, so you're trying to get us to say no to the permit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Mr. Crone, is that correct?
Or,
Crone.
it's a difficult one.
Did I hear you correctly that at one of the community meetings, you asked for the traffic study and they did not do the traffic study?
That's correct. I didn't ask for it personally, but some of the members of our truck county team have asked.
Then
For the
could I
traffic study.
ask the,
It's a noise study. If it's the noise study, I have it right here.
not the noise study, a traffic study?
The traffic study was submitted and it's online.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The traffic study has been part of the record, and it's been available online.
Okay.
I think Christina Sobin can speak more accurately to that. She's a witness following me.
Any further
Yeah,
questions?
yes, sir. I'm just curious, when did you guys move to Goldview?
2021, we've been here for 3 years.
Okay, so just in my head, so the gravel operation, the asphalt plant, the Austin Powder, they were all there and operating when you guys purchased.
Right, but it has steadily increased, even before before Helene, pre-Helene. it's steadily increased, you know, and I understand that we can't do anything about that. But I did find it a little interesting because at our community meeting, Joe Lordy, you know, said, we didn't ask for Helene, you know, Helene came to us, as if it was an imposition upon their company when they're making bazillion dollars, because every load that goes out, they make money. I think that's kind of funny that he would act like it was an imposition on him when he's like making, probably doubling his profit for Hedrick Industries. Again, we can't control Helene. We can't control the people want to make money. I understand. I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm just saying we have to deal with these trucks every day, and it's too many. I can't, I mean, I don't understand how people have not gone insane listening to these trucks every day.
Mr. Justice, I think you do have somebody here that can represent the gravel, B.B. Hedrick, is that right?
Hedrick, yes, Jason was a spokesperson.
And I'm just curious, and I know he doesn't know an exact number, but I am sure that Helene has been explosive for their business. If we took these numbers that are from this January, do we have, before Helene, do we have any idea what these numbers look like? Because I can't imagine this number hasn't exploded since the hurricane. I mean, I watched the traffic go up and down the road with the gravel, and I'm like, you know, my God, I can't believe they get out of the ground fast enough. Does anybody, do we know what, because he's right, there is an increase and there's going to continue to be an increase.
He says he does not know, but specifically in terms of whether there have been increased volumes from before.
There has been increased volumes, but I do not know what pre-Helene numbers are. I don't have those here today. I'm sure I could obtain that information, but yeah, there has been an increase in volume.
Since the storm, I mean, and that would make sense.
Quarries that have actually not been operable,
Yeah.
supply for areas of Yancey County, Buncombe County, do that back.
Okay.
Yeah, one small thing, Mr. Justice, if you ask anybody else to testify, could you ask them to come to a microphone so that people can hear and so that the people who are doing translation can hear?
Sure.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate.
We need, as the board, we need to be careful about asking questions of other witnesses as opposed to, you know, to focus on this one so that we don't have that. And I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong, but, you know, when you ask Mr. Justice, he's then going to have to ask somebody.
Well,
And then,
I
so,
was just trying to find out if there was somebody here that had that information.
no, that's fine, but that will add to some confusion, so.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate your presentation.
Hold on.
sorry.
I think the last thing you need to do is make sure that whether Mr. Justice has any questions of the
I
witness.
think we had discussed that after all the witnesses come forward, that you would have an opportunity to respond.
I would have an opportunity to ask him questions.
Oh, yeah.
And, but I'm not going to ask him questions. And obviously, I do have relevancy objections to the material he has handed up and the relevancy of, I guess, his oral testimony.
If it's acceptable to the applicant, we would love to hear all of that at once after all the witnesses
Sure.
have had a chance to talk, yeah?
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, please.
I mean, I think we would have loved to, as the community, brought expert opinions, which the lawyer here is telling me that I'm not giving, which, you know, I understand, we have legal proceedings, but we weren't allowed to bring legal experts because we weren't allowed to have standing. We were not allowed to have standing because the people that asked for standing, they were deemed not having any differences in the imposition of what's going on than anyone else. So how could we actually bring experts to this situation in a credible way, right? It seems that the power has been balanced towards SCM and not the people that are on the road. I would love to bring an expert. I would love to hire an expert that could give us decibel readings. I mean, if you all want us to do that,
Yeah.
provide the mechanism.
So thank you for that, articulating that, because you just provided the exact route to which you would do that in the future on another case, or for this case, in the past, I guess, is to do that, is to hire experts and bring them to the hearing or ask for continuance on the first hearing, but you must have, the board has to find standing for you in order to do that on all cases, so this one and others. We're going by procedure and treating every citizen of Buncombe County the same way.
Okay.
So, thank you, sir, appreciate you. And ma'am? I had written your name down last month, but I forgot. I did not,
No
cannot
worries.
find it here, so
No worries, there's
thank
lots
you.
of people you see, I'm sure.
Swear you in again.
Please
Christina-
raise your right hand and state your name.
Yes. Christina Sobin,
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here. Again, we all appreciate your time and your effort. So I do want to say at the start that there were 17 people who contacted me from our community who were frustrated because they wanted to be here as well, and they couldn't because of the time constraints. This is a very difficult time for community members to be able to come, to be present. Fortunately, we have a lot of our community here anyway who've made special arrangements. My name is Christina Sobin. I live at 40 Spanish Oak Drive. My home is, as you know, in an R1 zoned residential neighborhood situated immediately adjacent to the property for the proposed concrete plant. The land for the proposed concrete plant is not zoned for industrial use. There are 4 unresolved negative impacts and hazards from the proposed concrete plant that will directly affect my health, my safety, my quality of life, and my property value. And obviously, these apply to the rest of the community. First of all, noise. The noise from the proposed concrete plant site has already been unacceptably high for an R1 residential neighborhood. For over a month, SCM and Hedrick have been developing the site where the proposed concrete plant will be installed. They've been grading, they've been making the road, they've been doing a number of things. You can drive by and you can see all the work they've been doing at the proposed site. There are no barriers to mitigate the noise of this work. Starting before 7 a.m. on weekdays, some weekdays, and on some Saturdays and Sundays, we have had to listen to loud backup truck signals we hear from inside our homes, grinding, truck engines revving, dumping, and large machinery noise. As we were told to do in the community meeting, we contacted Jason Connor about the problems. Contacting Jason had no effect on the problems, and the noise continued. So we are currently living with that right now. There's also, and after the installation of the plant, we expect to continue hearing backup signals, engine revving, and a variety of other machine-type noises from that site because of the lay of our land. I don't know what the pond at the pond site that was referenced as the comparison site, I don't know the terrain, but we have a very unique terrain where there is like an amphitheater created by our road, Spanish Oaks, and it captures noise. And it
Mr.
actually
Chairman,
amplifies noise.
I'm sorry. I made some promises here in terms of facts. This witness is basically everything she's stating is an opinion. These are all opinions, and this is the problem in terms of, I guess, waiting to the very end. If she was sprinkling a lot of facts in, then that would be one thing, but she's giving opinion, and that's why we had a noise expert. So with all due respect, I've got to object to this testimony.
Well, 2 things. One, that's true. That is opinion. So we'll instruct the audience again to present facts and observations and not their lay opinions. 2, we want to avoid interrupting our witnesses out of respect, as they're presenting things. So I would urge that council kind of adhere to that if they could. Let the person finish, and then we'll address those things. Anything else from?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you can testify about like what you've experienced.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Right, but making a judgment about
It's too
that,
loud.
That's
It's not,
that's
we're not
where
being
you're
one of those.
getting
I
into
hear you.
opinion. So if you testify, I hear noise, that's your personal experience.
Gotcha.
But when you say I have noise and it is disruptive to an R1 neighborhood, that could be considered an opinion.
And she was drawing comparisons between Pond Road,
No,
saying,
no,
I'm going to hear the Southern
I get where
Concrete
you-
operations, and that's not true.
Mr. Craig, I get where you're coming from, but, we're
Okay.
trying to balance things here by letting people speak. So
Thank you.
once again, please testify about your personal experiences and
Well, then I would like to add another personal experience that I think is quite relevant that involves Jason Connor and Ralph. I forgot Ralph's last name. Yeah. So Ralph Shelton. Yeah. So we had a situation where they started a project right behind our houses, And this was in 2021, 2022, and the noise was being amplified, as I was describing. That's why I was saying that. And they came to my property several times, and they agreed with me, especially Ralph. I wish Ralph was here today, because he stood down there, and he heard the banging of the truck gates when they dumped the load, and then they'd bang the truck gates to clear their thing, and it was louder than what you actually heard when you were standing on Goldview Road right in front of where that site was. It's a unique terrain, and I spoke
You
to-
say right behind, where's that? Can you be more
Yeah,
specific
so
about?
this is,
Yeah.
I'm on Spanish Oak Drive, and so this is down a hill, and there's, the way the land is shaped, let's see, it's across from Patty Lane. I don't know if that's helpful. Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that's where I was getting that information. It's not purely my opinion, it's also, it was Ralph Shelton's opinion. I'll go on to another point. Another unresolved concern is the undetermined increase in the number of additional trucks. You have in front of you the amount of trucks that we're experiencing right now on a daily basis and sometimes on weekends. SCM has told us that they'd be adding 5 concrete trucks. Today, we hear they're adding 15 concrete trucks, so that's another change. But in fact, the amount of trucks that will be added for their operation will be undetermined because they need an additional number of trucks we've been told about. One are the trucks coming in and out during the installation, which will go on for 4 months. We don't know. SCM could not give us an estimated total of the number of trucks that would be used for this, but it'll be a variety of different sizes of trucks and numbers. Second, there are trucks from daily deliveries of materials and supplies after installation is complete, including long flatbed tankers 2 to 3 times the length of a 4-axle dump truck. Again, I'm repeating information shared with us in the community meeting. 3, in the community meeting, we were told to expect special projects. Special projects, in our past experience, means that normal working hours will not be observed, as Mr. Bryson was just describing. Trucks will run whenever they need to run to complete the special project, including Saturdays and Sundays, for the duration of the special project, which is undetermined. And then we were also told that the number of trucks will increase in the warmer weather and during the spring and summer months when there's more daylight. This level of proposed industrial activity violates our R1 residential zoning ordinances. Okay, I won't say that, it's opinion. And the fourth thing is dangers from the high density of truck traffic on Goldview, Aiken, and Newstock Road. On weekdays, there are already more, as we've shown you, more than 1,000 truck passes on Goldview, Aiken, and Newstock roads. The proposed concrete plant will increase this number of trucks by an undetermined amount. Our roads are narrow, residential, hot mix asphalt. That's a fact. Our roads are damaged by the weight of trucks, and this will worsen if more trucks are added. The 40 to 50-ton trucks break the edges of our roads, making them even more narrow and less passable. Our roads are 8 foot 10 inches wide, less than the width of a concrete truck, including mirrors. Because our roads are too narrow for large trucks, the trucks cross into the double yellow line, sometimes drive down the middle of the road on curves, and have to swerve out of the way and onto people's front yards to avoid oncoming traffic. On January 7th, one of the trucks failed at the bottom of the ramp at Newstock Road. The truck was on its side, off the side of the road. We were never able to find out what happened. We didn't know if it was brakes or driver error, steering column failure, but whatever, if that truck had failed on Goldview Road, it could have taken out other passenger cars, and it could have ended up in somebody's living room because the houses on Goldview Road are that close. The density of trucks at times stops traffic, which can impede emergency vehicles. On January 14th, I was stopped on Aiken Road for 7 minutes, sandwiched between a line of trucks. A long flatbed truck at the bottom of Aiken was not able to make the sharp turn onto Newstock Road in one pass and had to keep going like this, back and forth at the bottom of Aiken, and all the trucks backed up. This was about 3:30 in the afternoon. Our roads have, so this is also a school bus route on Goldview, Aiken, and Newstock Road. So on this day, there was a school bus at the bottom of Aiken Road that was stopped sideways at an angle at that corner and could not pass until this long bed truck was going to go by. Our roads have no shoulders. Our roads have no shoulders, and Aiken Road has a sharp drop-off on one side. Trucks have nowhere to go on our roads. I could not turn my car around on that day. I don't know how an emergency vehicle would have managed. No tax-paying community member living in an R1 zone residential neighborhood should have to worry about whether or not emergency vehicles can get to their homes. The truck traffic on our streets is out of control. According to Mr. Bryson, Mr. Bryson, thank you for your opinion on this, our 35-mile-per-hour speed limit is too fast to safely operate a 40 to 50-ton truck. He shared this with us in the last community meeting. Exactly. Unsafe for a 40 to 50-ton truck. Our posted speed limit is for cars, not for 40 to 50-ton trucks going down an 8-foot 10-inch wide lane. All of the other hundreds and hundreds of trucks per day will still be going at least 35 miles per hour, an unsafe speed for trucks on our roads, as I said, according to Mr. Bryson. There are 161 homes in our neighborhood that will be negatively impacted by hazards from the proposed concrete plant and increased industrial activity. Any increase, as Eric was saying, in industrial activity and addition of trucks to the current situation is unacceptably hazardous for our R1 zoned residential neighborhood. We have not been able to find one example of an industrial site in North Carolina with a quarry, asphalt plant, and concrete plant situated on land that is not zoned for industrial use and that sits right next to an R1 residential neighborhood. The industrial activity on Goldview Road and proposed concrete plant will encroach on our R1 zoned residential neighborhood. This is exactly the situation that our R1 ordinances are supposed to protect us from. We are asking you, the board, to honor our R1 zoning and please say no to the proposed concrete plant on Goldview Road.
Thank you. Any comments, questions from the board? Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And you know, there was one person who couldn't be here today, and if it's okay, I could read her statement.
We don't allow that. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, even if she signed it?
No, because you can't ask questions to a letter.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So-
we thought
We
we
try to-
could read statements. I thought when we met with Ms. Glantz and Mr. Kearns that they told us we would be able to read statements from people who couldn't be here. That's our misunderstanding. Then I will just say as a fact that this is a neighbor who had an accident, a crash with a truck.
Once
the other day,
again,
yeah,
you're,
on January 29th, and her car was very badly damaged. I'll
Thank you
just say
for-
that.
Thank you.
Fortunately, she was not hurt.
Thank you. We'll ask staff to resume that list then of folks who signed up as a witness first, then standing.
Judith Avalon?
And you can,
do you all have like an order of who you want to speak next, or should we just start calling people up?
No, we have,
Okay.
I'm not speaking this time.
Okay.
okay.
So
And just let us know if you-
we're gonna call everyone's names, and if you're not speaking, that's fine, but I'm just
Yeah.
making sure that everybody who submitted something is offered the opportunity to speak. That's what we're doing. All right, so next is Dawn McKinney. Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Dawn McKinney,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
of course, yes, I
Thank you.
do. Thank you. I was at the last meeting as well and didn't get a chance to speak, so I do appreciate getting the chance to give my personal expert opinion on me, is what I can do. I wanted to explain that I have been living in Spanish Oaks Estates, one of the longest members of residents living there. I bought my house in 2008, and I've been living in Asheville itself for over 31 years. The differences I have that make me an expert in my life and what I'm living with is that I have health concerns that will be increased if any air pollution, noise pollution and other pollutants from our industry that is next door are taking place and are increased. I currently live with asthma and respiratory illness. I have to have a medically assigned HEPA filter in my entire house. And I do, as my neighbors said, can't open any windows. I can't be outside for long because we have to have the house without all the dust and the pollutants that we have. And I know we've heard experts' opinions that the proposed concrete plant may not damage any more of the air quality, but there will be more trucks, as we've all been hearing will happen. That is diesel fuel, that is increased dusting, that is increased running off the road into our yard, uploading dust all over the place. So there will be more things in the air. And I appreciate learning so much from the community meeting about how they will upload the fly ash and the silica and the concrete and the sand and all those things to create the concrete. And they have things in place as filters, but we all know accidents happen. We all know accidents could happen. And if that does, these are very extremely poisonous things that would be in our surrounding area. To let you know about distance, some of the testimony I've heard is how other people live so far away from these concrete plants. My house is exactly 800 feet, 800 yards from the proposed site. I have an aerial picture I'm happy to show you. It's already easy to see since they already cleared the land where it's going to be on the aerial view. And it is exactly 779 actually yards from my house to this proposed plant. And as Christina Sobin mentioned, we are in a very unique climate with our terrain. My house is even more so because I'm almost eye level with the quarry. So my neighbors, it goes down, I'm up high, and the problem I have in that area that I can attest to as an expert is the amount of feeling vibration damaging to my home that I feel every time a blasting happens. I've been asked to be on the blasting alert so that I know 30 minutes prior to when a blasting will take place because I work from home. I'm a professional visa and HR manager. I am all day long on video calls internationally, different times of the day and night. And if I'm on a video call, the people that I am meeting with can see my house shake and hear the noise. All the pictures on my walls vibrate. Normally a home, when you build it, should expect some settling within the first few years. Mine has been there now since 2006, and I now have new cracks in each of the doorways on my home and on my sidewalk. So I mentioned this to the folks at Hedrick, and they said that, they knew that with increased business, they have to blast more, obviously. And they put me on the list so that I will know when. And if I can prove that that damage is from blasting, then they will, of course, help me with that. I'm not sure how I can prove that. I've looked online to find some type of vibration or some type of seismograph that I could measure it myself, and I haven't been able to do that except for like mechanical vibrations. But I know what I feel. I'm an expert to that opinion, and I know I can see my pictures on my walls crazy, and I know people that are internationally watching me on video are also seeing the house shake. So those are blasting things that we live with now. And concrete takes rock. So I know their blasting is going to be increased as Helene repairs are increased, as that production increases, as the rock quarry increases. So we have the noise, we have that going into the air systems, and we have the sound and damaging to our property value because of the blasting. I actually feel like my house is probably on a big rock, and so I really feel it every time a blast goes off. But I haven't been able to prove that yet because I can't plant in the yard because it's all the rock. The other piece of this is with us being that close and our homes being that close, I also have a decibel reader on my phone because I'm also a nature lover. And one of the things I love to do more than anything is stand on my porch and record birds on my apps. We have over 62 species already that I have recorded in my front yard, and I don't know what this type of industry is doing to the wildlife either. I know what it's doing to me because the decibel reader will read up to 85 decibels on my front porch when there is something going on. Not a blast. I haven't been able to catch a blast yet, but just normal asphalt, normal activities over in that vicinity. And I know it's not the concrete plant yet because it hasn't been built. But just what's going on now, it goes up to 85, and it averages all day long at a constant 50 to 55 when they are operating. So I have that on my phone, I have that information because it bothers me from hearing my birds. I can't listen to the birds and record them if it's too loud. So that's how I know that it's that loud. So that is my experience on that. My plan was to live here the rest of my life. This is my retirement plan. I have everything I own in that home. It's almost paid for. So I plan on being there until I either die or go into a retirement community, and then I need to sell that house. It needs to be of value so I can live in a retirement community. So that is my expert opinion of how I live and where I live and what I experience while I live at this home. For my health, my safety, and I can only imagine the people that are on Goldview beside those trucks because I hear them and I'm a little bit away from the main Goldview Road.
Thank you so much. Board questions?
Once again, just to confirm, what year did you purchase your home?
I moved there in 2008.
Okay, and the quarry, everything, the quarry, the asphalt plant were all there at that?
Yeah, I'm actually glad you asked that because I know at the last meeting, Mr. Justice asked everyone when he was asking them questions for standing if they knew it was there when they purchased their home. I purchased my home in a hurry because my partner passed away with cancer and I had to move out and find a home. So I did purchase this house pretty quickly. I was there, but of course the real estate agent was smart enough to bring me in the other way. And I did not hear these noises. I did not see all the trucks. I had no idea it was there until I started running around the neighborhood and seeing what was nearby. So it has increased that much since 2008, that now you can't get 5 miles within the neighborhood and you don't know that there's definitely industry going on nearby.
Thank you.
Ms. Justice, you have any questions? No. Thank you so much.
And I do have a photo of the house, of the property, because we had talked to them about possibly doing a berm to help with some of the noise or some of the vibration. And then also, when you had asked about them going down to the River Road, their property is all along Old Marshall Highway. So why they couldn't put a road out there and not use Goldview, we heard it could be because of timing. But what if that road wasn't there? They would find another way to go, so timing can't be the answer. So my point is, if we're going to be living with this, and we all are living with it now, if we can have some mitigation for the noise and vibration and the air pollutions, and then make a road down to the river. There's already a thoroughfare of trucks going to and from the landfill. So that's already a road corridor. Our neighborhood should not be.
Okay. Do you happen to bring copies of the picture, or
I do. I have copies. I just didn't know if I could bring them
if
to
you've
you.
got one, if you can hand it to Mr. Justice first and
I'd be happy to.
take a look real quick, and then we'll pass it along.
Be happy to.
And while we're passing that out, our next witness. Oh, I'm sorry, one more question. Yeah.
This question is not for the witness, but for the attorney. I wasn't at the first meeting, so remind me again why these folks were denied standing?
They were denied standing because they did not show an injury, I think, an individual injury specific to their property.
Can I speak? We were asked if we had expert data, and we only knew 2 weeks ahead of the meeting that it was happening. So we did not have any expert data, so therefore we could not be in standing. All we had was our personal opinions.
That's not what,
The finding the board has to make is related to that, but it's more about you alleging that there are special damages that your
Right, that
individual
are
property
unique
has
to the
suffered,
individual property
apart
owner,
from what your
suppose.
neighbors have suffered, and different from your neighbors, and that's kind of what we were looking for
agree.
there. That's why I think the three didn't
Yeah,
get
I agree.
approved. Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Wanda Rice? Okay. Danny Buckner? If you don't want to speak, that's fine. Dan Norris?
And does that take care of the witnesses and standing that filed before? Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak as witness today, raise your hand if you will. Yes, Seb, we'll start anywhere, really. Whoever will start. Yes, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
My name is Sarah Burks.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I so swear.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I really, truly appreciate you guys listening to our concerns and having such excellent questions and getting a lot of feedback and a lot of this stuff out on the table. I'm going to put out there that I have moved into my home on 119 Woodland Hills, which is also New Stock Road, the day of Helene. So I have not been here long. But my house has.
Welcome. Welcome and sorry.
Thank you. No, it's okay. We're really excited to see how the community came together. My house has been there since 1970, though, so I don't think it really matters how long I've been there. The house and the property are exposed to these things, and I think it's really relevant to know that all of the homes being spoken about were there before the quarry and the asphalt. We were not, the community there was built before the other industries came in. The reason we chose this home, and again, we were a little bit, like was spoken before, we did a military move. So we lived across the state. We drove here when we could to kind of try to find a house. No, I did not know there was a quarry there. No, I did not know about the trucks. We came on a Sunday. We had no idea about the traffic. And when you look at it on the map, it looks far away. It doesn't look to be a problem. We chose the home because it was old. The community was established. There are nice, cozy little ways to, walk our dogs and all that. But we did know that that road was busy. We did not know the extent to which it was busy. Immediately after Helene, trees were down. We got stuck in the neighborhood because of those trucks. They could not get around the trees the way cars could. This is not the only time that's happened to me. Anytime a tree would go down in a neighborhood, those big trucks cannot maneuver, and it blocks off passages for some of the vehicles. I personally had to take my Subaru and do what a Subaru do and get out other ways. But that's not the only time that's happened. The traffic backs up going down. So like I said, I live on Woodland Hills. I've been stuck in traffic just trying to get down to the Ingalls, which is, I'm like less than a quarter mile away. I've had to wait 15 minutes at a light, 3 cycles just to let the trucks go in front of me to get on the highway. I understand that we are not here to speak on, what's already established, though I do think we should take that up. I think it is a known issue that has not been addressed. But the essential thing that I've learned coming into this community is the current conditions are problematic. And so anything we're adding on top of that is problematic. In my home, I've had visitors for Christmas and Thanksgiving, woken up at 6 in the morning on holiday weekends with trucks passing by because of the noise. Our road has divots and chunks taken out. I've spoken to my neighbors. I'm not sure if this is opinion or fact. I guess I'll get told later. But I do know that my neighbors have rehomed pets. We've had a deer hit by one of those trucks and die in our yard that we had to deal with. And I agree with what was already said. We were told originally in that meeting that it was going to be no more than a dozen trips a day, and here we are. They haven't even officially had permission, and we're already upping the amount of trips of those trucks. It doesn't matter which way they leave, left or right. Either way, there's a community that's been here longer than all of the industry there. My big concern and my lived experience has been that it has been not the restful community that we had looked to buy, into. They had the community meeting, and I guess the theme or what was said that night was that they had wanted to be a part of our community, that they were doing that so that they could get our opinions and they could understand, what we needed, what we wanted. And it doesn't really matter, what they, that was kind of the feeling we got. They're not bringing any value to our neighborhood. They are taking from our community. Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Anybody questions, comments? Ms. Justice? Thank you. Next.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Jean Chevalier.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Welcome, sir.
I'm gonna shift some of this since the whole fact opinion thing has become an issue. I'll just kind of jump into the bullet points here then. And I'll do my best to kind of keep it as direct and short as possible, but there are obviously some key things that need to be talked about.
And we'll keep it close to the mic if you can.
Yeah, okay. How's that? Good? Obviously, the health and safety directly related to the materials used or byproducts of the mixing plant are an issue, and I think that's been addressed a lot. I'm not gonna hammer all that, but it is a concern for the community. Equally, the health and safety directly related to the intense noise levels is clearly an issue, and I think there's a lot of discrepancy on what's been documented from both sides. I feel like that's something that needs to be cleared up, addressed before a decision can be made, because it is a major factor. The negative impacts on the value of our homes. The real estate expert that SCM brought in last month did not really conduct an apples-to-apples study of other concrete mixing plants in relation to real estate values. None of the sites he compared also.
Sir, we want to make sure hate to interrupt, but I want to make sure we stick to our parameters here, and that we can't, obviously, with lay testimony, contradict your traffic engineer. So
Not the
we can
traffic.
keep it to our,
It's not the traffic, it's the real estate.
I'm sorry, the appraiser. If we can keep it to your observed, things you've observed in your experience rather than
Okay.
opinion of what's going to happen in the future.
Not really an opinion when I can look at a map and look at data and know what I'm looking at. I'm not a
Are
real
you a
estate
traffic
agent.
engineer, sir? Are you a appraiser, sir?
No, I'm not.
North Carolina? Okay.
I don't-
Stay away from that area, then we can't consider your testimony in that area.
They didn't look at equal plants. They looked at standalone plants. I can say that, right? They looked at a standalone plant. They weren't compounded with asphalt plants and quarries at the same site. So it is not an equal comparison. Is that not true?
He is assuming a role of an appraiser to rebut what an appraiser considers to be relevant and material. That it's ultimately his opinion that
Right.
the appraiser got it wrong.
So you're rebutting the appraiser's report.
Anybody can look at a map and see it. So that's fine. We'll move on.
Yeah, thank you.
Traffic safety. One of my biggest concerns is the negative impact this plant will have on traffic moving through our community. I think it's important to recognize and address an existing major problem before we allow something that will absolutely add to that problem. And I think people have commented on that as well. We're aware that the quarry and the asphalt plant have been there for a while. I think we're also aware, and we can all agree, that the amount of traffic generated by those facilities has gone through the roof, even before Helene. So I feel like we need to get a grip on that problem before we add to it. It's something that needs to be considered before you all make a decision. Like I said, the sheer volume of traffic in our community has increased to an unprecedented level, even pre-Helene. I already said all that, blah, 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 blah. The recent counts of the dump trucks, we've proven, we've got the numbers, you all have them as well. They're well over 1,000 trucks a day on average. And these roads have several blind spots, and they're difficult to pull out even when vehicles are respecting the 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, which they do not. I think it's important to point out that Goldview and Aiken are classified as local routes by NCDOT. I think Newstock is classified as a collector road. In the past year alone, there have been several wrecks at the intersection of Aiken and Newstock roads. I know the traffic engineer earlier commented about the low quantity of wrecks, but it sounded like his study stopped before he got onto Newstock Road. And I mean, Newstock is obviously a route that's going to be taken, so it has to be taken into consideration. One of those wrecks took someone's life. My wife and I have 2 young kids, aged 6 and 7.5. There are hundreds of kids in the neighborhoods connected to the routes SCM would use, which are already heavily used by existing industries. The volume and speed of these massive trucks makes it completely unsafe to even consider allowing our kids to get near, more or less try crossing any of these roads to go play with their friends. These are not major highways. These are local and collector roads, which would normally be safe for our kids to cross. The Buncombe County Bicycle Transportation Route Map lists Goldview and Aiken Road as level 1, meaning these routes typically have little traffic. At most times, they are suitable for those with basic cycling skills. I ask you, given the number of just the trucks, not even all the other vehicles on the road, are these roads that sound like you would want to ride your bike on? I really don't think so. In fact, when we moved there, I remember seeing more people ride on those roads, and I don't see it at all anymore because people are getting smart. New stock from Aiken to Weaverville Road is classified on that same map as level 2, meaning moderate levels of traffic with possibly high volumes during certain periods of the day. Even this description does not match what we are seeing on our roads as a result of the increased industrial and combined vehicular traffic. These roads are not designed or constructed in a manner which accommodates this type or intensity of traffic. The road widths alone are well below what NCDOT requires for concrete and other larger industrial trucks. In addition to the existing traffic flow of large trucks generated by the quarry, asphalt plant, and the county landfill, on Aiken Road, there is a very large apartment complex that has recently opened, with several more phases set to expand into in the near future. This housing complex will generate hundreds, possibly thousands more vehicles every day traveling the same small roads we're talking about. And to my knowledge, I think it's been brought up already, there has not been a full traffic study completed for the immediate routes available to trucks involved in the daily operations of SCM. I feel like this is a major component that needs to be addressed before you all make a decision. Road maintenance and conditions. Again, these roads were not constructed to handle this level of traffic. It's not just about the volume of traffic. Regular and increased impact from heavy industrial traffic are destroying our roads. This creates yet another safety hazard. It also adds an additional burden on the county and state to repair these roads more often than planned or budgeted for. Zoning. The SCM plant is currently located in an area of Weaverville zoned as I-1 industrial and immediately buffered by commercial zoning, all of which are immediately accessible on roads classified as arterial and freeway, meeting the standards required for this type of road or this type of vehicular traffic. The proposed location, while zoned to allow its use is only accessible on roads classified by NCDOT as local and collector. The NCDOT definition of local roads is providing access to land with little or no movement. I've got a couple other points, but I'm pretty sure they're going to get slammed as opinion. I'm going to jump over them. I'm going to say some of this, and you can stop me if you don't think this is allowable, but it's public record that SCM was paid $12.5 million for 5.32 acres of their existing plant in Weaverville. The adjacent landowner, sorry, let me back up, this is for the purchase of the proposed hospital in Weaverville. The adjacent landowner for the land that would be used had 25.45 acres, and they were paid $2.4 million. I understand, I'm not a real estate agent, I'm not gonna get into the value of the land, but $12.5 million for not even 5.5 acres. It's a lot of money. It's over $2 million an acre. I feel like with that kind of money in your pocket, you could pretty easily find another site that did not so negatively impact the community around it. In just a matter of minutes, I found several sites just a few miles up I-26 with almost direct access to the interstate. It's out there if they're willing to look for it. In the end, I know we're not here to dispute what the zoning definition is for this land, although this is a good time to probably start thinking about looking at the zoning up there. But as citizens, we do rely on and expect the board to evaluate proposed uses by considering all factors involved, especially those that stand to very negatively impact the health, safety, and well-being of the citizens of Buncombe County. Just because it's zoned to allow all uses does not mean every use is best for the community in that location. After all, I'm allowed to eat a box of donuts every morning for breakfast if I choose, but that doesn't make it a good decision. We are counting on the board to make the right decision, not just go with what's allowed. Appreciate
Thank you,
your time.
sir. Any comments from the board? Ms. Justice, anything? No. Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
My name's Doug Canada. I live at 118 Woodland Hills
Okay,
Road.
and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
I'm only going to speak to my lived experience. I've lived at that address for 10 years. I've noticed that steadily over those 10 years, the amount of truck traffic on Woodland Hills Road and Aiken Road have increased. As others have pointed out, since Helene, it's been even more. I've not done a traffic count, so I'll accept figures that have been given. During that time, a number of things have happened to me personally. About 2 years ago, a truck came partially off the road, drove over the connection to my fresh water to my home, cost me $500 to have that repaired. I didn't witness the incident, of course. It happened when I wasn't present, but there were two very deep ruts from a set of dualies. It's clear that something very heavy had gone off the side of the road and damaged my water connection. I'm sure this has happened to others. In addition to that, my location is 2 doors down from Aiken. I get to enjoy the trucks coming down Aiken, gearing down, using Jake brakes from time to time, squealing to a stop at the corner, turning right, and then going through all the gears in front of my house, accelerating as they go. I also see them coming from the other direction, coming in at speeds that I'm sure are in excess of 35 miles an hour. And no, I don't have direct evidence of that, but I can observe how fast they're going. They then go down through the gears, slam on the brakes with more noise. Throughout the 10 years, I have not been able to enjoy my property to the extent that one would expect in a normal residence. I can't have guests over outdoors most days. Sundays are a little quieter, but they are not guaranteed to be quiet. Regretfully, I have to say that I would ask the board to decline this application based on the fact that others have stated that this will add an unknown number of trucks more to the burden we're already having to endure. And I would ask you respectfully to decline the application. That's my testimony.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Justice? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Kaylin Kelmanson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks.
Thank you guys for being here.
Welcome.
I live at 95 Goldview Road. We moved into that house in 2022. I'm here today because I'm afraid for my safety and well-being. Sorry, I'm afraid of public speaking, so this is very challenging for me. Right Right now, just crossing the road to check my mail feels like playing Frogger, except in this version, we don't have extra lives. The road has no shoulder, no pedestrian space, and the trucks already passing through barely stay in their lanes as is. I used to be able to walk my dog, but ever since Helene, I'm just too scared to even walk on my street. My front porch sits just 55 feet from the road. That's nothing when trucks are barreling past all day long. We can't sit on our front porch because of the dust, debris, and noise. What's coming next is, I don't know, but it's definitely going to be worse. Our roads are already too narrow for the trucks that use them currently. I know this firsthand because I have tire marks and gravel littering my driveway from the trucks cutting into my space because there's physically no way for them to stay on our lanes. We also regularly see trucks driving in the middle of the road just out our window because they can't make the turns. This isn't just a minor inconvenience, it's a real safety issue. Goldview Road is not an industrial highway. It's where people live, where families just are trying to go about their day without dodging heavy trucks at every turn. We already bear the burden of excess traffic. We already hear the constant roar of these truck engines. This plant would make an already unbearable situation even worse. So please, I urge you guys not to pass this permit.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Ms. Justice? Thank you so much.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Donald Gilman.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Don Gilman. When my wife, Marcy, and I both retired in 2019, we purchased our house at 26 East Fox Chase Road in the lake section of Woodland Hills. It is where we currently live year-round. I'd like to speak about safety. Prior to retiring, I worked in the marine industry for 3 decades, my last 10 years of which I was a U.S. Coast Guard 100-ton licensed captain. In that capacity, I made large yacht deliveries for owners, captained various sized tugboats for half a dozen marine construction projects. In those projects, I pushed over 100-foot-long large barges carrying millions of pounds of concrete, steel, cranes, and other heavy equipment, and to and from job sites. Job sites in New York, New Jersey, Florida, and Alabama. And I trained and served as a hazmat supervisor on the cleanup of the BP oil spill, where I was responsible for the lives and safety of 24 workers whom I lived with for 6 months on a large barge set moored at sea. Later, toward the end of my career, I performed over 600 deep-sea fishing charters on my personal vessel. All of it was dangerous and extremely exacting work with no margin for error. In all that time, I never saw any of my coworkers injured or killed. It was my responsibility as captain and supervisor to put safety first. What I'm getting at here is that with the truck traffic on New Stock Road, it is not safe. Exiting my own community by my own car from Briarwood or Fox Chase roads, my only 2 options onto New Stock Road is hazardous. By foot, it is much worse. And by bicycle, it is simply Russian roulette. What about the hundreds of children who will grow up here? In neighborhoods that were planned and built for families back in the 1960s and 1970s, do they have my experience with safety and caution? Is it really worth the risk? Please vote no to turning back our community roads into freeways of freight and put safety first. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Ms. Justice? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
My name is Jeffrey Mark Coddington.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you again for letting us speak. And I have lived at 38 Chadwick Way Drive for 25 years. The house that we bought was there since the mid-1970s, let's say 1976, 77. There's approximately 20 homes in our neighborhood. Our road is a dead-end road. So we don't have dump trucks coming down our driveways, but they do turn around there quite often. Wish they wouldn't. I do smell the asphalt plant, that's a fact. The asphalt plant where the quarry is, Hedrick Quarry, is approximately 1 mile, 3/4 mile from my home, and I smell that asphalt every day that they're cooking asphalt. That's a fact. My concern is, by the way, I have leukemia cancer. I was diagnosed with leukemia cancer on March 29, 2023 by Dr. Pakal of the Messino Cancer Center. So obviously, additional air pollution is a big concern of mine. It's a fact that diesel vehicles create more pollution than any other type of vehicle on the planet that carries asphalt, concrete, or rock. We all know that. With that additional traffic, that's a big concern of my health, being that I have leukemia cancer. I do hear the noise quite often. Wish I didn't. I feel sorry for my neighbors on Goldview Road. My wife had an aunt that lived on Goldview Road, and she moved away. She couldn't take the noise anymore. We did have some problems with water in the area. Don Wooten came and tested the water, and I get a report of that. I don't have that report in my hand. I tried to get that from him. But we had toxic things in our water, toxic minerals, things like that. And I had to put a $5,000 filtration system on my well. That's a fact. I noticed, as I've been in the neighborhood as long as I have, that I noticed that there's a lot of deterioration of Goldview Road, the roads itself. They're all crumbling and need to be in disrepair. Why Buncombe County hasn't come in, or DOT hasn't come in and fixed those roads, it's beyond me. They did repave New Stock Road approximately 2 years ago. And they marked Aiken Road. I don't think they marked Goldview Road, because I think they didn't want to stop business, because they'd have to stop business for a whole day or maybe more. They did repave New Stock Road, but they did not repave Aiken. They did not repave Goldview. It needs to be done. There's no shouldering there on the left and the right of all those roads. I noticed that in driving through there, but if you drove through there yourself, you would notice large tire marks that would go up and down those roads. Also, at the crossing or intersection of New Stock and Aiken, that's where the majority of the dump trucks that come in and out from the quarry go. Matter of fact, there's dump trucks and tractor trailers that I've seen, tractor trailers with long 40, 50, even 60-foot beds. I read them on the back of the trailers. I don't know how much those weighs. I'm not a truck expert. I just would think they're probably too heavy to be on those type of roads, especially in R1 neighborhoods like mine and Goldview's. There seems to be a little bit of not confusion, but what to do with the quarry traffic coming through an R1 neighborhood. It's not my opinion, but it was just something that I've noticed. Why don't they go immediately back down to 251 going north and south. That would give them a much faster road and wouldn't have to go through any neighborhoods. So why can't they do that? I believe I noticed something there. There's a little bit of a steep grading there, and I think they're concerned about the grading going down the hill. That would be the best way to get the traffic out of there and not run through and go through a neighborhood. Okay? Plus, that will go them directly to 2570. Then 2570 runs into I-26. And then they can go anywhere they want from there without having to go through a neighborhood. There is a current quarry and concrete plant that is off 2570 in Marshall. That would give them Advent Hospital. Most people know that Advent Hospital is coming into Weaverville, right behind where the CVS is in Weaverville. That is where the Advent plant is. So they want to get that business, just like anybody else would. Can't blame them. But there's already an existing concrete and quarry plant that is 14 miles down 2570, and they do not have to go through any R1 neighborhoods.
If we could just keep it to this site, specific to this site.
Well, we're looking for alternatives, right? Is that correct?
No, we're not.
We're not looking for alternatives? Oh, okay.
The board cannot consider that.
Okay.
That's not what we're here today to do.
Not here, not finding alternatives. Okay. That makes sense. The quarry was mentioned. Jason mentioned they have stormwater coming off their property. We're getting that tested. I'm going to get that tested. Find out what exactly chemicals are being discharged into the French Broad River. Okay? It's interesting that he didn't mention that they have four holding ponds on their property. He mentioned on January 30th on video and audio that their holding ponds were not lined. I'm going to get those tested as well. I am spoke with Chuck Edwards, our congressman, and I spoke with his assistant yesterday, Dawson Collin. They are very concerned of what's going on in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Ms. Justice, anything? Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please raise your right hand and state your name.
Name is Douglas Olson.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
My name's Douglas Olson. I'm a retired Commander, United States Navy. My work experience includes supervisory and safety issues of the Panama Canal, as well as safety issues in labor. And also, I was part of a task force. Many of you probably remember the Challenger disaster many years ago. There was a government review, and I was an officer in the Navy. I was tasked with attending this, a 2-year analysis of accident and why it happened. And my point here is it could all be summed up in the final 2 paragraphs of that large study. I don't know if any of you have read it. It's quite informative. It basically says anytime you're operating a complex, multifaceted operation, here you have asphalt, you have blasting with rock quarry, you have a concrete plant, and you have all the associated transportation network involved with that. A lot of moving parts. Their conclusion was that in a complex operation involving more than 1 or 2 people who can talk to each other directly, that because you're not having accidents or incidents doesn't really matter. It only means you've been lucky. Now, do we want to put the community's well-being on whether we're going to be lucky enough to be moving large trucks that are not really, the roads of which they are upon moving are not really designated as an industrial type of road for them? The possibility of an accident with a school bus, with kids on a bicycle, any number of these things could and unfortunately probably will happen. So then at that time, we'll all be going, oh my goodness, this was terrible. Could it have been avoided? Sure, it could have. I've studied the geography and the road access from this proposed plant. One of the simplest solutions would be for that plant operation to create an excess entrance off of Old Marshall Highway instead of going through the neighborhoods that they're currently going into. Go up Old Marshall Highway and then get your access to the interstate right off of there. So that's a solution. The other point I want to make is that as an environmental issue, and I remember, I think the gentleman in the blue sweater there was at the meeting in January. He was the environmental consultant, were you, for the? Well, okay, environmental officer for the company. There you go. So in their handout to us, there were many, many references to environment, environmental safety, environmental concerns, safe environment. So what constitutes environment for people living in the neighborhoods? Okay, environmental things are psychological, physical, environmental meaning water, air, noise, all of the above. These things also produce stress. I bet if you were to take and do a stressor analysis on people who live in those neighborhoods, their stress levels would be higher as a hormonal component than someone living in Biltmore Forest, for example, or any other neighborhood where there's not a heavy preponderance of industrial, heavy equipment moving, trucks, cement trucks, flatbeds, trailers. And these things, you know, I said at the meeting in January, I said, you know, maybe you issue the permit and maybe you don't. There are reasons I know why it's needed, that we all know Helene caused a disaster here. And it'll take years for this to be really totally rebuilt. The other thing was in their presentation, SCN also talked about their normal areas and hours of operation. You know, 6, 7 in the morning to 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Monday through Friday, boom. But special circumstance would allow and necessitate them to be working Saturdays and perhaps Sundays because we have a major rebuilding. This whole area is now a special project of reconstruction. We have what, over $5 billion in highway funds that are being funneled in here to try to rebuild this thing. It's going to take years. So the people who are living here, it's not going to be a special, oh, once every Saturday or so, there might be some extra traffic. No, it's going to be on a scale upward all the time until whenever this gets finished. So either you build a new road to get out of the neighborhood area into Marshall Road, Old Marshall Highway, or you're going to have to do something to seriously upgrade and step up the quality of the existing roads, which are deteriorating almost as we speak because of heavy industrial traffic on them. And it will only get worse. In ending this, you know, in ending my commentary here, and I'm not expert, you know, on road construction. My expertise is outside that area, but I just feel that if the company doesn't want to work with the community, and they talk about community a lot and safety, and those are vital issues to us who live here. I live up on off Briarwood Road, and I can personally attest as an experience coming down any one of those roads. There are some areas where it's actually, you almost have to come out far enough to see what's coming. And here comes not just one, but there will be typically 3, 4, 5 columns, like a tank column of these trucks moving 30, 40, 50 miles an hour down that road. So they get to the light. So this is, to put it mildly, a bit, imposing and quite intimidating for a lot of people. So I would just hope that the board would consider, yes, we know the area needs a lot of extra construction equipment, material done, but at what expense? At whose expense? The community certainly has a value. It's been there long before concrete plant, even the rock quarry. I mean, my house was built in '82. I know houses in our neighborhood were built in the late 60s. This was always designed to be a local neighborhood, not an industrial access neighborhood. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Ms. Justice? Thank you, sir. Anyone else today? Going twice, going 3 times. Thank you very much. Any final comments, closing statement before we finish things up?
There's a lot to be said for 10 witnesses or 10 people speaking. There's a lot to be said for 10 folks that have spoken, and I'll cover that in closing. But I do have 2 folks that want to come up and just offer some rebuttal points to the testimony that was given. So I'm going to call Jason Connor back, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
And he's under oath. Jason, you heard the testimony relating to concerns over traffic.
Correct.
You have been working at this location here in North Buncombe for 25 years plus?
Correct.
And during that period of time relating to quarry trucks, have you been aware of any accident from the trucks coming from this location?
I have not, no.
In fact, if it had been a Hedrick vehicle, this would be something you would be aware of, correct?
Yes, if it was one of our trucks that we own, yes, I would be.
Those are the questions I have.
Okay. Anything from the board?
I have a question for the witness.
Jason, get back out.
Jason, real quick.
You didn't get out that easy.
Excuse me?
Yes, one of the witnesses before you gave us a truck count showing the increase or showing how many trucks. Did you also do a truck count?
We have not, no, not internally, so I do not know, how many trucks are coming and going from our location.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I will say to the truck count, I mean, those trucks, a lot of the trucks we don't own, but Hedrick trucks, yeah, I do not know of any accidents.
And I'd like to bring up John. John, you heard testimony from at least one witness about the representations you made at the community meeting about projected trips per day. And you've heard testimony that they've blankly said there's an unknown. You don't know. You have provided information of what you project would be the trips generated from this concrete plant operation, correct?
We have, and it was one of the slides in the presentation at the community meeting.
Okay, and we're at Exhibit J or I?
G.
I.
Okay.
Yeah. Is this the handout that you gave at the community meeting of the truck traffic projections?
This was a page in the PowerPoint presentation. I'm pretty sure that we shared that presentation electronically with some of the community, so they have access to this, and they reviewed it as we reviewed it. So this one page had to do with truck traffic projections, and that's the way it's titled, Truck Traffic Projections.
And it mentions on there the number 5, and you heard, I think, Ms. Sobin say, or somebody said, well, you just promised 5. Can you just explain to the board what the 5 trucks, how that is relevant?
We've said each and every time in our presentations that this 5 is the number of trucks that we plan on keeping at that location. 5 trucks. That don't mean 5 trips per day.
Okay.
Each of those trucks will make multiple trips
And
per average per day.
And
Okay.
this exhibit just projects, again, an approximate account of 40 trips a day.
That's counting mixers and all trucks inbound bringing in supplies.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Exhibit I.
The 40 is counting 20 coming and going, 2 ways.
We'll pass it around real quick. And that's, again, 40 a day incoming only, or,
That 40 is representing 20 coming and going each way.
thank you.
That is based on our current average of the location that we're replacing or hoping to replace with this location over a 2-year period.
And you had previously touched on the fact that as a permit condition, you're willing to impose a permit condition relating to off-hour truck route, depending upon the availability of that truck route, i.e. if it was blocked or there was some interference with it, that would be an exception. But generally during off hours that you would use Riverside Drive, is that right?
We would use Riverside Drive for all of our mixer trucks. If there has to be a delivery inbound, we would have to evaluate the ability of that truck to take the Riverside as well. But absolutely, as far as us supplying ready-mix concrete in those off hours, our mixer trucks would definitely take that road in those off hours as a matter of record.
Is staff taking notes for a condition there on that issue? Okay, you're discussing that. Well, let's get to that later. I have a thing, so y'all talk about it internally, and then we'll get there. But thank you for that, sir. Yeah, there was a question from David.
Yeah, just looking at that very briefly, you said you had 200 workdays that those numbers were generated on?
We did that over a 2-year average. So those work days were more like 250 work days a year, I think. You're talking about the work days annually?
Right, are you, I'm just trying to reconcile that with something we heard earlier. Are you saying on that piece of paper that you only plan to run the trucks 200 days a year? Or did that 200 days mean something else in that little handout?
I guess, are there days you're closed and not running?
Yeah, we're closed most weekends and holidays, certainly.
Okay.
We occasionally operate on a Saturday.
How many shifts a day does a given truck operate? Do you run just an 8-hour shift? Do you run 2 guys? 2 shifts?
Based on our averages in this area, of all the plants that we operate in this area, they'll average 3 trips a day.
Okay.
Our average load size, I mean, we track all of that, but more specifically, those averages are coming from the location that we're replacing.
I'll say that having some experience with your industry, it makes sense, your 40 loads makes sense to me. And if that number reconciles to what I've seen with what the community came up with, that's a 4% increase in the number of loads over the traffic that's being discussed. So the 40% is what you're saying, or the 40 loads is what you're saying, on average, you're applying here.
Yeah, that's coming and going 40, yes.
Okay. Quick question for you. What do your trucks weigh when they're loaded? What is a,
They're around, the mixer trucks are around 50,000 pounds loaded.
and what's the width of your truck?
8.5 foot or so.
With mirrors?
I'd have to measure, counting the mirrors.
Counting the mirrors, 8.5? Okay, thank you.
And so the 200 days operating per year would be the days trucks are operating versus the days the plant's operating.
Yeah, well, the trucks typically operate the days that the plant operates. The plant itself starts operating a little sooner than the trucks start traveling, and the plant shuts off a little sooner than the trucks return as far as the time during the day. But yes, when the plant's operating, the trucks are operating.
Other board questions? Yes.
I have a question. It was brought up that it would be possible to construct an entrance off of Old Marshall Highway that would take you up toward 2570 and then on to I-26. Have you considered doing that? it seems to me constructing an entrance up there would alleviate most of the issues raised today. I just wondered if you'd considered it.
Yeah.
Or
The-
south. Yeah.
The property that we have outlined to operate on the quarry boundary doesn't have access to that. That would be something that if it could come through the quarry property, the Hedrick property, and the DOT would allow, well, we'd certainly use it. But it wouldn't be up to us to make that petition because we're not operating at that location. Just like the boundary of our ready-mix plant operation is not the boundary that borders the community. That's the Hedrick property, not where we're operating.
And there are OSHA and federal requirements not to allow unrelated companies to just access through a quarry. That's why when you asked the question, could we be using other entrances, Hedrick's controlling those entrances. We have an assigned entrance, and that matters for their operations and their management and their requirements.
The existing quarry has an assigned entrance, not the new proposal, not the SCM proposal.
We have one entrance where
There you
that,
go,
to
yeah.
your point, we
Yeah.
weren't going to use multiple entrances because that's how the management plan has been set up. We don't go through the quarry to get to the concrete plant.
Right, and the entire discussion then is about the route that the trucks take on public state
On
roads.
state roads,
To
yes.
get back to the interstate, yeah.
But could you go north on Goldview Road, north up to the Marshall Highway, instead of going through the neighborhoods?
We could drop off the hill from Goldview Road to, is it 2570 or 250? Yeah. Yeah, and that's what we propose to do for sure in off-duty hours and when our deliveries need to go that way, certainly. It's very steep dropping off there, but our trucks all along Goldview, as I mentioned in the last community meeting, one of the previous times that our operations manager and myself was reviewing all this, a lot of which was just us traveling the road. I mentioned to him that, 35 is probably too fast for our trucks to be going, don't you think? So we feel like that we should be traveling actually less than the posted speed limit. And we can control that with our drivers.
And I have one more question. Could you limit the number of hours? I mean, the testimony today indicated that they hear noise from your trucks as early as 6 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning. Could you alter your hours to alleviate that complaint?
So the complaints, just to be sure, the things you heard of complaints are based on operations of existing facilities that have been there for 40-plus years.
Right.
You're talking about Hedrick that you don't regulate. This is not regulating Hedrick board. And so all the complaints you heard were of things going on currently. That's not our traffic. We're talking about, the gentleman said, well, what is our projection of the increase? Well, we've given you that.
Wait,
So when you.
so what they were talking about was not your trucks?
Correct. Right. That is correct.
Right.
Correct. But to your point, I mean, I'd like to follow up on your question. To your point, that's why I'm pledging during those hours, we would go not through the community the other way.
We do see your hand, but we finished up with public comment at this time, so thank you very much. Anything else from this witness or anybody else?
No, just other than a closing statement.
Okay. Anything else from the board for this witness?
Not this witness.
Greg, for me, for you?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll do your closing, and then we'll ask one more time if there's any questions for you as the applicant, and we'll move on.
I just want to bring this up. We have a bunch of people here for the Emma Road Townhome project.
Yes.
And there is one matter before that. I do not believe that, based on our time, that we would be able to get to that. And I don't know if we want to at least allow those people.
Yeah, we should talk about it, because we are at a few minutes past 3 o'clock, and now we have a 4 o'clock hard stop on the meeting today. So we don't know how long Ledbetter's going to take on the next case. So we will certainly entertain a discussion with the applicant on Emma Road about whether we should start that case today or not. So,
Apparently, one of the attorneys stepped out and another one's on their way. So let's just deal with this.
let's just
and then
roll
we
through,
can-
yeah. Okay. let's do the closing statement first, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. What we have here is, and a lot of the folks that did complain, and I see this often, where folks stand up and they say, we want you to protect our neighborhood, and then they broadly cast a net of what a neighborhood is. The situation here, the neighborhood has, since the 80s, if we call it a neighborhood, that area, we'll just call it an area, has consisted of a quarry, a heavy industrial operation, and an asphalt plant for 40-plus years. And so when you define the area, you have to bear in mind that not only residences have popped up in that area, but you have industrial facilities that have been there as well. If this was an area that was, and maybe we need to go to Texas or Oklahoma, where there's a lot of land and there's not a lot of development, and you're talking about working off a blank slate, how the pieces are put together and the complaints of folks may have greater relevance. Because at the end of the day, what they're saying is, you shouldn't have a concrete plant because we're unhappy that we also live in a community that has an asphalt plant and a quarry. And ultimately, you need to stop development. You need to stop open use from allowing any other type of industrial facility. And I think that is an unfair standard and is a very heavy, slippery slope of ultimately this board making zoning determinations that the board shouldn't be making. Because if you ultimately say, well, a resident can stand up and say, a mile or two from here, there's development that's occurring that means more traffic and more people and more things, and I think that's enough, then you would be putting literally dams all across the community and saying, we're not going to have any more development. And this is a piece of property that is zoned open use, and quite frankly, a lot of the property in this area is zoned open use, which means there's a lot of things that occur without regard to coming before this board. The fact that we are coming before this board gives you an opportunity to impose reasonable conditions. And I'm saying to you today that we're willing to consider reasonable conditions. I think it's a condition that we are offering, which is reasonable, to talk about what direction on a state road can our trucks go during certain periods of the day. Because this is a state road. This is not a subdivision road. This is not a private road. I heard someone say this is an R1 road. Well, I never heard of a state road being designated with the zoning category, and that would ignore the fact that, again, for 40-plus years, this has been a road that includes Hedrick trucks and includes asphalt plant trucks. At the end of the day, what we're offering up, we're not offering up an unknown. We had witnesses here to give you more of the known, what is likely to happen. We have had experts show up and talk about water. We've had experts show up to talk about air quality. We had experts show up to talk about traffic. We had experts that showed up about property values, and they gave you opinions, and there was no expert that appeared counter to our experts. We gave you known information about the projection of traffic, and again, when you look at it, it is a drop in the bucket to what is going on in that area. I think you said 4%. I haven't done the math, but it seems about right. 4%. And you would say, well, we're going to deny any new increase or intensification based on a 4%. I just think that is basically saying we're going to have a moratorium on development and traffic along Goldview Road, and I just think, again, that's a slippery slope. So all due respect, I think a lot of the complaints have been about the fact that a quarry has existed and an asphalt plant has existed And what we're offering to the community is a slight intensification, but your attorney may tell you that under the law, intensification of traffic is not a reason to turn down new development in the future. Because if it was, again, we'd have dams, we'd have barriers all over across the community about we don't want any more development. In a concrete plant is not some, selling socks and there's 1,000 places where you can get socks. At the end of the day, a concrete plant is a necessary component of what's driving this community in terms of its growth. And there's a reason why there needs to be a concrete plant, and what better place normally to put a concrete plant than in a quarry next to an asphalt plant. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you heard a lot of folks that don't want us. There's a dozen of folks spoke, and I understand this is not a popularity contest. A lot of the decisions have already been made by the commissioners in terms of how they assign the zoning. And a lot of it's already been predetermined by the fact this community has had industrial facilities in it for 40+ years. We are willing to accept reasonable conditions. We have offered them to you. At the end of the day, we're the only ones who have showed up with evidence. And the rule of law, and I say this to you a lot, and I apologize if you've heard it from me before, but the rule of law has to matter. And this is not a chance for, man, those folks are really passionate, and there's a lot more people against it that spoke that didn't speak. We have to go to fact, and we have to use experts, and we have to follow the law. And at the end of the day, we believe we've made a case that we have followed the law. And in North Carolina, and your attorney can tell you, when it comes to a special use permit, people may think this is your opportunity to wield that power and say no because it's a special use permit. Well, the law tells us that we're supposed to show up and produce evidence that's a scintilla of proof, meaning it is a lower threshold of our burden of production, which we have met. And once we do that, the dial shifts to those in opposition to present experts to counter our experts, and we didn't have that. So the special use permit is not some great discretionary weapon for you to say, well, we're just going to say no. At the end of the day, we have met our proof of burden of production. We have met what the standards are for Buncombe County, and we respectfully ask that you approve our permit application. And again, we're willing to impose reasonable conditions. I know a few of them just off the top of my head was we're going to get a driveway permit, and at the end of the day, that means the state of North Carolina is going to come and look. And to your point, Chairman Ball, would the DOT require any additional signage for the driveway? We have imposed upon ourselves site clearing conditions from our traffic engineer. We have an air quality permit we'll be getting from the Buncombe County Air Authority. We have been showing the willingness to do operational conditions about our truck traffic during the times of day. I'm not sure there was any other conditions, but those are conditions that our witnesses have said we are glad to commit to. So we ask you go ahead and approve this permit request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ordinarily, we would close the public hearing portion of this and move to board deliberation. I think this time, since we're going to be discussing the applicant's comfort level with conditions we discuss, we'll leave it open for now and start board deliberation at this point, then be able to have the applicant pitch in with those comments when we get to that point. Is that okay, Kurt?
I mean, obviously, it's up to you all whether you want to leave it open, but I think that if you were discussing, I think the only reason that you would leave anything open is to get more testimony or evidence or things like that. I think that if we are done discussing or taking any evidence, that we can close that and then we can discuss.
So we can talk about those conditions with the applicant without the public hearing being open?
Well, I personally,
according to Kurt.
Personally, I would prefer just to leave open the public hearing. Then there's no
That's,
question about
I have no qualms.
I think that's what I think we should take, direction we should take. So let's go in that direction, and just to start us out on board discussion, I'm going to reserve comments on the actual application for later on, let the board weigh in. But just in general, I want to just echo some of the comments that have already been made related to the board's role today, and that is just on this particular application for this particular site. We, certainly I, would empathize wholeheartedly with the negative conditions, with the externalities, with being a neighbor to this kind of a use. Certainly causes some level of distress to the neighborhood, to individuals, whether it be noise-related, all those things. Having said that, that's something that we already have as a basis. We acquired property at some point, whether it was a year ago or 20 years ago, surrounding this use, this plant. And so the question is, does the applicant have a right and a reasonable expectation to be able to amplify that use or continue that use, expand that use on the existing site? And the question for the board is, do they have that ability, and have they done it respectfully enough to consider those externalities that they think that affect the neighborhood? So things like where they chose to site this addition could have been closer to the neighborhood. And the fact that there are a couple of conditions being proposed or agreeable to the applicant that move towards, compromise with this is a positive sign. So I'll start there.
I've got a couple of questions for James Voso regarding the traffic study. We asked that?
Yes, we can. How many are there any other questions for for witnesses that applicants brought up? Is that kind of the one? Okay, let's do that then now and then move towards discussion. Yes, sir, David.
Real quickly, several references to the traffic study, which is really a driveway permit discussion. And in there, you say the two-lane road is approximately 12-foot lanes and 6-foot grass shoulders. That's kind of been sticking with me in listening, so I just quickly went online, and I got some great pictures of, dump trucks that barely fit within the lines and a couple that are going over. And I'm wondering, this word approximately, if the dump truck is 9 foot, 9.5 feet, like my RV is this 12
Vehicles
foot?
can't exceed 8.5 feet in width.
Say again?
Legal vehicles cannot exceed 8.5 feet in width. If they exceed 8.5 feet, they have to be specially permitted.
8.5, that's correct, yes. The 12-foot lanes, just by looking at the pictures, don't appear to be 12 feet to me, and you used the word approximate. Did you measure those lanes, or is that just a kind of a guess?
Yes, it was spot measurements. It's not exact. There's places where it's 11 feet, there's places where it's 12 feet. It's an average.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions about that? Okay. Anything else to add there?
No.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Foso. All right, we'll continue with board discussion.
I have a question, though. I've heard you reference the conditions. What are those conditions?
There are a set of conditions in our staff report that are proposed. So we have those as a baseline, and then there are three others I've counted.
Here are the base things that we generally have in our orders, that, that they need to submit a plan showing the exact location of the buildings and structures, a commercial lighting plan. So they need to submit that type of plan. They also need that must be constructed as depicted by the site plan, that a soil investigation septic test can support the development, must be submitted prior to approval. A DOT driveway permit is required. An air quality permit prior to construction and operation of the contract or concrete batch plant must be provided. The applicant must submit a closeout for their stormwater permit prior to permit approval, and then once again they need to submit a final plan. and that the applicant shall agree to these conditions in writing. So those are our basic general things. So if there's other things that people want added, let's.
And there were two others. One is a correlation to the driveway permit, is James Vaso put forth recommendations in his report dealing with site clearing, and so we would follow his recommendations. And then the condition dealing with an operational which way the trucks go for off hours.
That's right.
And
then-
while I understand that, I do have some concerns from a staff perspective about that, just because anytime a truck drives through that neighborhood at off hours, we don't know where that truck came from, or how are we going to prove or enforce a violation. That to me seems kind of like creating an expectation where I don't know how we can legitimately enforce that. And that would be my concern. So if we are going to have conditions, because they're going to complain to staff, so we need to make sure that we are able to actually do what we say we're going to do. So I just want to say that we do have we would have some concerns about that.
I think the board would share those concerns about enforceability, but I also think it's,
I mean,
There's all kinds of conditions that may get imposed that are maybe difficult to enforce. The code itself, due to its volume, is difficult to enforce. That's why a lot of things are driven by complaint. I will say that our trucks, you heard that our trucks, the product, are Southern Concrete trucks, and they will have Southern Concrete labels. And so to the extent that they are, and I'm not saying we are going to violate a condition, because we duly respect whatever permit condition we have, but the concern, you're going to have neighbor enforcement. I already had one gentleman talk about Hedrick, and already calling congressman about Hedrick. So I get your point. What we're trying to do is to offer up a compromise. I am wanting this board to be aware of that I believe, legally speaking, that once we get onto a state road, it is a state road, and you shouldn't regulate us in terms of how we use the state road. It would be different than if we were using a private road or some other things, but we're on a state road. We are wanting to offer up something over and above what I think the law would require of us. And I get your concern, but we are trying.
What do we do if one of your trucks violates this? Do we
Then
then
you do whatever-
violate your permit?
You do what you normally do, which is you provide a notice and give, and there, I don't know if you have fining, but you have mechanisms to enforce these conditions.
and I would say, it's not going to be the first time a truck is found outside taking a different route, and an investigation is going to ensue on where they came from and why the other road's closed or not. That's not something that's going to happen realistically, but it is something where the board, I think, and the county would try to work with the applicant on, and the company on a plan to have an internal policy where they do this during during operating hours, and during off hours, they would take a different route. Whether it's enforceable is, it's the spirit of it, really,
I just think you were setting unreasonable expectations, and I'll leave it with that.
Do you think that, well, digging further on that, do you think that when a citizen complaint comes in on this, there won't be enforcement of this in general? I mean, out there in public, no officer's going to be enforcing this, of course, but when there's a citizen complaint on this, how would, or any other kind of issue like this, how would the department handle that normally?
Well, we would probably need to get, the citizen would probably need to provide us with evidence, like a vehicle tag or something, so we can identify who's then we need to establish who is the owner of said vehicle and whether it relates back to the court. And then once we determine that that was an actual vehicle that was operating outside of that, yes, then we would end up sending a notice of violation. But once again, it's a one-time, unless there's repeated violations, I don't know from a zoning standpoint how we would enforce that, right? I mean, is the applicant willing to, every time that we find that their truck violates that thing, that they'll pay a civil penalty of $1,000? I mean, that's a problem.
It's less of an issue the first couple of years, right? They're gonna have a policy internally, they say, for now, 10 years out, they've decided to ignore that policy. That's the kind of thing we want to try to put some teeth around, to say, here's what we've agreed upon, And you're right about enforcement. What do we do? Is there a fine? What is their penalty or whatever? Or and they'll be able to prove, of course, if the road's closed, they can't use it, whatever, during that process. But there needs to be something in there, I think, about this.
And there's two important things to realize. We track our trucks. We know which way they go. So the county would just call up the Southern Concrete representative, and as a condition, we could, in terms of compliance officer, we could give you a name and contact person as part of that permit. And if that person changes, then we give you the new person, so that you always have a person to call. We have the data that would track our trucks. So at the end of the day, you have a mechanism to follow up with that. Again, we are trying to go over and above what the law would require, but I do think a lot of this can be dealt with.
I don't know that we're going to know an answer to this question, but here's kind of the next step on that. Say the board did consider some language about, hey, 10 proven, confirmed violations of this policy in a year's time, and there's a X dollar fee, dollar violation. I mean, does the department have a procedure for enforcement like that?
Yes. I mean, ultimately, we could revoke their special use permit, and then they couldn't operate the plant. But I guarantee you that between those 10 violations, we're going to have to prove every one of those violations to a severe extent, while everybody's nice and kind here. After you all issue the permit, it becomes a very,
You can't call Craig in 10 years about this?
Well, we may, I don't know whether Craig's going to still be practicing, but I
My
can
rates will
guarantee
go up,
you.
it'll be too expensive
But I can
eventually.
guarantee you that if Mr. Justice is on the other side, he is going to make us have to prove our case above and beyond. So I'm just saying that we need to be careful about what conditions, and I'm not
I agree.
worried
I agree with you.
about
Yeah.
the concrete plant so much, but I'm worried about the neighborhood, where the neighborhood does not necessarily, or the people in the surrounding area do not have a way to deal with this issue. And expecting the county to do something that we can't do. I don't want to set us up for failure, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
Right.
Is because when people ask us to enforce things that we can't enforce, people get very frustrated about that. And I'm just trying to avoid that problem at the outset.
I'm open to ideas here, and I think that's absolutely all correct. And I don't want to put the department in a bad position, or a position where we can't actively enforce something that we pass. But I think we've heard about existing conditions, and we're expanding those conditions and those uses here. And the applicant's willing to make such a commitment. So the county,
I guess I would
at
like
some
to
point,
see, I would like to see the exact language of what technically we would be agreeing to before I can comment further. Because I would like that not only that there are specific hours, I would also like to see that there is a specific penalty, at least a civil penalty in there, should we find that there is a violation.
Do you not have in the code right now a civil penalty schedule or fee?
Yeah, but we do, but what I would like to avoid is having to issue a notice of violation, you appealing the violation then comes before the Board of Adjustment, then we have to have a hearing on whether the civil penalty is, to be.
But that's you're
administrative, right?
concerned about uniformity. You would need to be concerned about uniformity. We're offering a condition for you to then uniformly enforce, like any other hours of operation condition you might find in a special use permit. And so with all due
There's a difference
respect,
between hours of operation of the plant and when trucks are driving on a public road. That's difficult.
It is easier, I think, in terms of a finite stretch of the truck operator and the stretch of the road and the hours. These are three finite things. That might be easier than whether somebody's turned a light on at 7:30 in the morning and they're not supposed to turn a light on until 8 o'clock in the morning. So I hear what you're saying. Again, my position is this is not what the law requires. This is us simply trying to go over and above what we would be required to otherwise. And I think the condition is the truck, you identified the truck when you were up here. The trucks we're talking about, or what are they called? John, can you get up here? The trucks that you said for off hours would go?
The concrete mixer trucks that would travel to and from that location.
So concrete mixer trucks would, between the, and you said the normal operation hours are what?
Yeah, 6:30 to 5.
6:30 to 5. So we're talking about outside of
5
those
p.m.
normal operating hours that the concrete mixer trucks would coming and going
To and from,
would
during those
use
hours.
Riverside Drive to the extent that Riverside Drive is not otherwise blocked or there's some obstruction, like, I don't know what the obstruction would be, but if there's a sinkhole or something that blocks it, then we need to have an exception. That will come out in the, why'd you go that way? Well, there's an obstruction and we can prove it. So that's what we're talking about.
And we, once again, the same equipment that we have in our truck for safety reasons, the cameras, they track everything. I can tell you where they come from and where they're going and where they've been.
I mean, why not just say that the trucks won't use certain roads on certain hours? That way, then everybody kind of knows. But what you just said is like really loosey-goosey, like.
No, I didn't.
You would prefer not to use, certain things. You
So-
need to have something definite.
All right, concrete mixer trucks, outside of the hours of 6:30 to 5, will not use Goldview Road to Aiken Road,
That would be a condition.
right? Except in the event there was a blockage that interfered with the
That's
other
impossible.
means of getting into the property. There you go.
Sorry, we haven't closed public comment, but there can't be any audience participation at this
No,
stage.
And so this is not regulating Hedrick trucks? This is not regulating
No.
asphalt plant trucks? This is the things that my client can control.
Right.
And to those things, these are Southern Concrete mixer trucks, outside of the hours of 6:30 to 5 o'clock, would not use Goldview to Aiken Road, except when the other route in is otherwise blocked or obstructed.
Is this wrong with the land? So if they sell their company? or
It would be
change-
attached
Yes.
to the permit. And so the permit,
The permit runs with the property.
yes.
So
For-
again, if I may, respectfully to the applicant, we understand, and I think the board understands too, the condition you're trying to oppose. It just goes back to staff again and the enforceability. And the example I'd like to use is, even though it's close to witnesses, even a witness saying, or someone from the crowd saying, well, they still do this anyways. It goes back to staff. We will be getting those calls. We'll be the ones that have to do the enforceability. And so having, to the extent possible, it's going to be very hard to enforce. That's where we're coming from.
But if it's a public health and safety thing in the board's mind, and it helps the board get there on the permit.
Right.
And it helps the public be assured that there's some effort being made
So
on behalf of the
no
operators.
concrete
We
mixer-
can enforce that, is that right? The board's, the department is, it's in the department's purview and to do that, yes?
So I have no concrete mixer outside the hours of 6:30 to 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. will use Goldview Road to Aiken Road, except if the alternate route is
It's impassable.
closed. Well, I mean, not available. I mean, what does, I would say that
It's
the routes weren't
obstructed.
closed.
Obstructed, impassable. I mean,
But what if, traffic's backed up? Is that an obstruction?
no.
No.
Okay.
No, No.
Delay is not obstruction.
Landslide, like roads closed. Yeah.
Block.
Right, yeah.
So this is for staff, should there be a civil penalty schedule attached to this? And if so, what is that?
I mean,
And should there be a number of complaints per year? And-
once again, zoning, it is very hard to enforce zoning on a one-time incident, right? Because normally we have a use that's lasting, right? But usually when you have these, like a one-off violation, A, it's hard to catch the one-off violation, and then B, usually if people promise not to do it again or not to continue the violation.
Yeah, we're not, the expectation of the board would be not that the department is expected to issue a notice of violation after a first call and a first investigation. So 10 or 20 a year, what's reasonable? Can y'all keep a tally of how many per year?
I would just think that if you put this condition in, we would just, first off, staff will do whatever you all decide, whatever's decided, we will enforce the permit. Second thing, I would like to make sure that we enforce it like we would everything else, so that we don't have a different mechanism, that we would issue the NOV, or if the applicant's willing to agree to some type of liquidated damages, that if a violation is proved, that they would pay a civil penalty of, I would say, $1,000 or $500 or.
So I would prefer not to come up with a schedule for something we are over and above doing beyond what we believe the law would require right now.
And so what's being discussed
But how do
now-
we hold you accountable,
so
Craig?
Kurt-
How do we hold your client accountable if there's a violation?
How do you
that's the
anybody
question.
accountable if there is a violation? You have a schedule of civil penalties. So at the end of the day, if someone violated any type, you have noise conditions, you have hours of operation conditions. How do you deal with that for everybody else? Do you
But
give them a?
noise violation is different than a zoning violation.
Well,
It's a police power.
I
that you
understand.
are- So I'm trying to be realistic about this. I don't,
But at the same time, Kurt,
but I
would-
don't want to create a problem and kick the can down the road. That's kind of what I'm trying to avoid.
And what I'm saying, it's not a problem, we can withdraw it, but if the board asked us to do it, we're showing to you that we're willing to commit to a reasonable condition. If
And I don't
you're
think,
convi-
I don't think that there should be that the first proven occurrence of this should result in a notice of violation. I'm trying to be more relaxed about it here, to say, keep track of it, but every 5th or 10th, then you issue a notice of violation or something, Is that not smart to do? I want the department to have to react every single time there's a confirmed instance of this, every single time. That would be cumbersome.
No,
right?
yeah,
So let's relax
It
it.
is difficult, but, also then, are we going to have to, staff would have to keep a tally, so like, okay, well, this is the 5th violation in the last year, and then we go into an enforcement mode.
you
It's
open the
just
file
whole-
and put
it's
another
the-
tally.
It's the accountability part that I am having some issues with,
Right.
and I just feel like we're going down, either we have some clear things about to hold people accountable, or we don't.
Well, I would agree with you on that statement, but I would say let's figure what that is now. Say we have some language here that we've drafted and we've looked at here. Let's make sure it's not every single proven occurrence. That would be a cumbersome situation for the department. If it were every 5 or 10, that would be less cumbersome, yeah? So is that possible to keep a tally and issue a notice after a certain number? Is that smart? Is that a way to do it?
I would be happy that they just do what they do normally for folks. I would assume normally for folks that they would have a communication and there would be a conversation and people would be given a little bit of leeway,
Okay.
to your point, without having to reinvent the wheel. Again, we believe that we're not required to do this. Again, it's a state road, and we're adding the little bit of incremental to an existing condition of other things happening that's Hedrick and the asphalt plant. And so, but again, we're giving you the signal. Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to come together with a condition along these lines, we should be able to work out acceptable language.
Okay. And the last item I have here is on signage working with DOT perhaps on additional signage around this curve to notify those who aren't familiar with the area that there are mixers coming in and out. I know that's DOT's call,
It
but,
is.
that's why I don't want to really
It-
put
it
this
is.
in wording.
Sure. We will do that. Signage in right-of-ways are a ticklish thing for DOT. But yes, if you want to
We're-
impose something that we have, that we work with staff and DOT on broaching.
On
the
any
question of
appropriate
additional-
signage on,
Sure.
for the approach on the driveway.
Yes.
So it's not binding, of course, DOT is going to do what they do, but is that something that staff can make a note on?
Yeah, I've taken that. Applicant will work with the DOT to place signage. Is there a certain location where the signage needs to be placed?
I think
Up to y'all.
Mr. Chairman mentioned towards Riverside, and so we would just say as part of our driveway application, we would work with DOT on appropriate signage that's agreeable to the DOT.
Any appropriate, yeah, that's right.
I think that would go with our driveway
It
permitting with
is.
the DOT.
It would be.
It would. A lot of times it need to be suggested, though, so. Let's open up to board discussion on this.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. If you would grant me a minute or two of leeway to speak generally about this hearing. First of all, excuse me, I would like to thank every single person who came as witness today. I'd like to thank you for the time that you spent thinking about what you were going to say. I'd like to thank you for the time that you may have taken off from work. I heard your frustrations. I heard your concerns. I would like to, excuse me, voice is a little weird. I'd like to thank the chair for allowing the time for all the testimony. We have a lot of responsibilities, one of which is to look at this specific case. We have responsibilities to the community, and I think listening to the community is a large part of that type of responsibility. I'm sure the board, in listening to the witness testimony, knows only too well what parts of that testimony were specific to the concrete company, and what parts of the testimony was about the other two companies that have been there for 40 years. And a lot of it, from what I could hear, was frustrations and concerns about things that have already occurred. The only other thing that I would say, after thank you, is I have no direct knowledge of any communications that have occurred between any of the three companies, even though two of them are obviously not part of this hearing. I don't have any knowledge of any communications between those companies and anybody from the public about any of the situations that I've heard testimony on. I would just hope that those companies would always remember that they have neighbors, and to listen to the neighbors and to give the neighbors some way of contacting them with their concerns.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
I'm concerned that there is no traffic report of any utility here. I look at a picture just as a layperson, and I see a dump truck with its rear tires on the yellow line because it can't make the turn. And I see a cat truck, you can see these on Google, on the same road, that basically takes up the whole road. So what I don't know is, are we allowed to consider the impact of adding, even if it's only 4%, to the burden of the community? One of the things they tell you when you get in trouble is this: stop digging a hole and don't dig any further, and then you could figure out how to dig up. So under that logic, why would we add 4% more? Conversely, it's only 4%. They've already got a big problem. and their problem is a little bit bigger than that, and they've got to go to the state, because that road is a mess. You can look at it on Google and see what's happened. So where is our obligation? Is our obligation to consider that situation? Are we even allowed to? But I am concerned with the fact that there is no traffic study to even refer to know that, can this road safely handle a cement truck? I don't know how big a cement truck is in relation to a dump truck. I just don't know.
And on that, just to clarify with staff, the board's got to consider the evidence been presented on this application and this particular use. There's been a lot of discussion today of it being an expansion of the site. Yeah, but it's this particular parcel, this particular use. So to say an increase in 4% is, we're not looking at that. We're looking at the total impact the traffic might have on the community as a whole, not in relation to what's already there. Is that?
Yeah, here are the requirements. So there's no special requirements for a concrete plant for a special use permit. It's just the general special use permit. So you need to determine whether the proposed use will adversely affect the health and safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood of the proposed use. So the proposed use should not have an adverse effect to the health and safety. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to property or public improvements in the neighborhood. The proposed use will not cause or have to cause adverse effects on surrounding properties due to noise, vibration, odor, or glare effects. Satisfactory ingress and egress for the proposed use of the property and the proposed structures has been provided for, that the off-street parking, which isn't an issue, utilities isn't an issue, buffering, that there's proper buffering, that there's proper signs. Those are really the big requirements. And I think the big three are that, whether or not this proposed use adversely affects the health and safety. And I think that you have to have credible evidence presented at the hearing to either establish it does or it doesn't. That the proposed use will not be detrimental to the proposed public welfare or injurious to public property. And once again, will not have adverse effects based on noise, vibration, odor, and glare effects.
Okay, thank you for that.
I'm glad you mentioned those three things, because it bothers me that I don't feel the applicant has really sufficiently convinced me that this project will not affect the health and safety of persons residing or working in the neighborhood. They did not convince me that it will not be detrimental to the public welfare. And they have not convinced me that it will not have adverse effects on surrounding properties due to noise, vibration, odor, or glare. So that's where I am right now. They have not convinced me of those things that are in their application.
Other comments?
I think I would go back to, we're a quasi-judicial board, and we do have to rely on the professional evidence that we heard here. And while there is certainly the side of me that's like, these neighbors, some of what they're saying may not be wrong. But we're not tasked with taking a tally of a popularity contest. And that is unfortunate, but I would guess if that were the case, there wouldn't be an asphalt or a mine or anything anywhere, because if you took a survey of the neighborhood, well, nobody wants it. I mean, let's be honest, which is why we are a quasi-judicial board that is tasked with evidence and not emotion and a show of hands in the room. And they brought professionals in here to answer these questions, and they have answered them, and maybe the public, and maybe I don't like what they're saying, but that is the standard we're held to, is you put the professional testimony above opinions and a raise of hands. And it's the task. It's not what do you want to do, what does your heart tell you? That is the task, sometimes unpleasant, but in my mind, they have answered those questions. And I think they've crossed the bar. I think to not approve this will be overturned down the road should we do something else. But that is our option. But again, I realize this doesn't get me any Christmas cards from anybody, but that's our job.
No, if they had provided a traffic report, instead of saying, well, because we don't have to, we're not going to, then I'd say, I've got some basis to have a conversation. I mean, these aren't Subarus and pickup trucks. This is a bloody cement mixer. I'm not qualified to talk about cement mixers. I'm qualified to talk about big gravel trucks. Those I know, I understand those. I don't have anything in what they provided to tell me, how does this differ? What is this going to do to the road? And my own eyes look at this Google, and the truck can't fit on the road. The gentleman tells me he measured it, it's 12 feet, and a truck can't be more than 9.5. I look at that report and I say, these facts don't reconcile. I'm sure he measured it. I don't know if this tape measure, they don't reconcile. And I'd love to see a report that talks about the road.
I think you told us no vehicle can be more than 8.5 feet without a special permit, which I don't. And I will say, I don't know specifically that he presented the evidence, but a good part of my life was spent with cement mixers and gravel trucks, unfortunately. But
I would also just caution you all to not, to listen to what the experts said and not based on, was there evidence that contradicted what the experts said if you were going to hold that against the applicant? Because right now, if the expert said things are okay and then you're going to use everything, make sure that you have some evidence to base that on before doing that. I just want you all to just be aware of that.
Mr. Chairman, to dovetail on what your attorney just said, and the public hearing is still open, respectfully, one of the board members is referring to some Google. I don't even know what he's looking on his phone and looking at. The testimony from James Faso, it's in his report, talks about the width of the road. He was asked, did he measure the road? He indicated that he did, and there was average widths. Testimony is about the size of the vehicles. It's all in the record. So in terms of anybody from the board looking on their phone and trying to surmise a fact from a picture on Google, with all due respect, I've got to object to, for the record, in case this thing has to go off further.
That's taken. Let's finish hearing from the board first, and then move from there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I make one more comment?
Please.
I'm looking at the number of additional vehicles compared to the number of additional trucks compared to the number of trucks that are already there. And as we've all seen, it appears that there are at least 1,000 trucks a day, or 1,000 truck trips a day that are going up and down. And from what I understand, those trucks are not controlled by the two companies that are already there. And what is being asked for is an additional, more or less, 40 trips, or as was pointed out, 4% of truck trips where the trucks are being controlled or have the capacity of being controlled by the applicant, which implies to me, not fact, implies to me that there may not be as bad of an effect by those trucks as the trucks that are not under the control of the two companies that are already there.
I would say without a traffic study in front of us on this, we can't make the types of deductions and suppositions that you're talking about, because we have lay person counts we're being asked to look at least, and then some expert testimony in relation to traffic and access, but we're
Well,
not,
can't
we're
we
not
look at-
considering other, we're not considering traffic from other developments at all, including the current plant. We can't consider that unless there's a traffic study. I mean, I don't think, because that's not.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
When we look at lay testimony, I don't want to look at lay testimony, especially the numbers that they have in those spreadsheets and the god-awful amount of time that they spend doing that. I don't want to look at lay testimony and say, oh, Jesus, I'm going to sleep through this because it's lay testimony. And I don't need to listen to anything that anybody ever says from lay testimony, especially when they come up with something that, unless they're blatantly lying, looks credible. I mean, at least the number of trips they counted
Sure.
looks credible to me.
And we don't have a traffic study to compare those numbers to, is my point. So there's no expert testimony to refute that, but it is still lay testimony. So you just have to take it with that weight that you would ordinarily apply to lay testimony and not expert opinion.
Okay, and I
So,
could
but-
take it.
But
I
there's
could give
nothing
a
to,
lot of weight
there's
it if I
nothing to
want.
refute it, except that if there were a traffic study presented by the applicant, you wouldn't be able to take this against that equally.
That's,
Okay, so like, that's where we are, like, I'm looking at it, I'm weighing it, but it's only a certain weight. I mean,
I think
right?
that, well, right, and I think you may be having some troubles. It's not so much the increased amount of traffic, but does that increased amount of traffic create a public safety hazard? And that, I think, is where you need to have, that's where expert testimony comes in, because they're trained to make that determination. And then I think that if there needs to be counter evidence to show that there is, to refute what that expert says.
well, sure, and I just want to comment on that. This is my feeling, right? We didn't allow anybody except for the applicant to give expert testimony. And maybe we didn't allow it for absolutely legal reasons, okay, because we didn't give anybody standing, because you couldn't give anybody standing. But the net result is, we didn't allow any expert testimony except for the applicant's expert testimony.
because there wasn't any.
I don't know
think
that.
that
There wasn't
would
any
be
eligible,
it-
there wasn't any eligible
I
expert
think that
testimony.
if somebody came up here and established themselves as a traffic engineer and they lay out the foundation of what they did, they could technically, we've had issues where counter evidence has been presented, so
By lay folks and
Yeah.
and witness, and that has taken weight. It has, yeah,
So
been weighed by the board.
I'm not saying that to discount any lay testimony, but I think that, you need to, based on personal observations, to make that jump to whether it's a danger to the public safety. I can't tell you where that line is technically, but I think that you need to have something to hang your hat on if you are going to make that leap.
And the only point of my comment was to say, think about if last year a new Target store had located across the street from this, near the neighborhood, and it increased traffic. Could we count that traffic from the Target store in our decision about how this traffic hits? No, we couldn't. So just like we can't count that, we can't count what's existing already. It's not an increase, it's what this amount of traffic from this use is presenting at this time, not a 4% increase necessarily, so. Yes,
One more thing.
please.
I know I'm speaking as a former prosecutor, but this statement in the application bothers me because I don't think it's been proved. Concrete plant and production at the existing quarry will not have adverse effects on surrounding properties due to noise, vibration, odor, or glare. I don't believe the applicant has proved that.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Can we suggest a continuance?
I'm sorry?
Can we suggest a continuance, subject to a traffic study? And
We would have to ask what they need to bring back, I mean, at that point, if we were gonna suggest that. If the board needs to hear more from the applicant or more from somebody else, or wants to call a witness, the board can do that, of course, so.
Yeah, didn't Mr. Justice say that there was a traffic study online?
No.
No.
What I said was that our engineer did an analysis of the standards in your ordinance and looked at the ingress and egress and looked at whether this use, to get back to what Chairman Ball was saying, whether this use would cause a public health and safety problem. And that was the analysis. And the analysis was, and the answer was it did not. And that was the only expert in the room looking at the topic. And in that also gave facts about the width of the road, and we had the size of our trucks, and that was his opinion.
I would refer to Exhibit D that was submitted by the applicant, which I think consists of an affidavit, and I don't know if there was also a study involved with that, but Exhibit D would be the document for you to look at.
Okay, so
The driveway.
there's been some discussion of asking the applicant to present additional evidence, but there has just been a motion to call the question, which does take precedent over all other motions. So let's ask for a second on that one. That would be a motion to end discussion and to call a vote, not an actual vote on the application. End deliberation and to call. You seconded?
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much, yeah. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye? Aye, just to have the vote, not on the application. Whether to end discussion and have a vote. And that was an aye here? Yeah, okay. And then,
Can you raise your
Aye.
hand just so that we know who's
so that was
who's voting in
unanimous
favor?
aye. Unanimous aye on the call to question.
Okay.
So at this time, we will open up for a motion on this matter. We didn't ask for no's yet, but you were a yes, so.
No, I didn't.
You raised your hand and you were yes. Okay, I asked. Are there any no's?
Yes.
Okay, there's a no. Thank you very much, yeah. I heard a yes over there. So we have a 5-1 vote. So we'll open up the floor for a motion. And we can discuss that motion after it's made.
Mr. Chair, based on the evidence presented to this board, including the following exhibits, the petitioner's application, the submitted development plan, and the GIS maps, the staff reports, testimony presented at the hearing of one.
So we would have the applicant's exhibits A through I, and then we have the witness documents which would be exhibit 1 through 3.
Okay. I move that the board adopt the following findings of fact: that this matter was properly advertised, is within the board's jurisdiction, and is ripe for its consideration. That the application, together with the conditions proposed by staff and/or this board and agreed to by the applicant, if any, does meet the requirements for granting a special use permit contained in Buncombe County Code of Ordinance, Section 78-621-3.
Thank you very much. There's been a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion? And I will second that motion to approve. All those in favor, we will start with Paul with a individual board member count.
Can we go in the opposite direction?
We can come back to you, but we can't go in the opposite direction. Sorry. Greg?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No. Carol? Sorry, I didn't vote. I'm a yes. And then Jeff?
No.
Paul?
Yes.
There is a 4-2 vote in the affirmative for the findings of fact. And is there a second motion? And on this one, we want to have some staff assistance when we get to that point about the language on the 2 or 3 additions to the staff report.
Based on the foregoing findings of fact and for reasons set forth therein, I move that the requested special use permit be approved and that the order approving the permit be adopted and executed as presented and as modified in this meeting.
There is a motion to approve. Is there a second to that motion? There is a motion and a second on that. Any discussion? And all those in favor, we'll start with Paul. Yes. Greg?
Yes.
Yes. Carol?
No.
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 Jeff, yes. David, no. Thank you. That's a 4-2 vote to approve, and we sped ahead there, but the conditions from staff, if anybody wants to volunteer to read those 2 or 3 we had decided on, or we had discussed with the applicant related to site distance clearing, discussion with DOT.
I
on
have that the
some-
applicant will comply with the engineer's recommendation but there was, I thought there was a traffic study and that the engineer did your engineer give recommendations?
It was a traffic study, it wasn't a
Okay.
traffic impact assessment. from
Okay,
DOT.
that will comply with the engineer's recommendations in the traffic impact study. So that would be one condition. The applicant will work with the Department of Transportation regarding appropriate signage associated with the applicant's driveway permit. And then, outside the hours of 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., concrete mixtures shall not travel from the concrete plant along Goldview Road to Aiken Road.
Except in instances of obstruction.
Yeah, that's right. How about except in instances where the alternate route is obstructed?
Yep.
Okay, those were the 3 I had.
I agree.
Do you-
Were those everything is that everything the board heard as well? Okay. So we have that motion. We have a second on that motion. We'll start with,
Didn't you all approve it?
did we already vote? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already, okay. So that motion is approved. Thank you very much. And we will ask staff to present an order on this matter.
Do you want me to do that now, or do you want to, because you still have a bunch of people who've been sitting here for deal with the other 2 matters?
Yeah, we're heading out here, so we're going to head and talk with Emmett Road and Ledbetter about.
Okay, I can present you what I have right now if you'd like me to do that, or we can wait till next meeting. It's up to you all.
We would respectfully ask to go ahead and enter the order.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's discuss those, since we're already at the end of our meeting, about what we do with the next 2 cases.
Do you want me to do the order?
Let's do this. Let's do that first, so we can excuse folks who are here for those matters.
I'm not going to post it, but I'll just read off.
Okay. So on Ledbetter, we have the applicant here on Ledbetter. Okay. Next meeting is March 12th. Hello. Tired? Yes.
I obviously have this property under contract, and the buyers have been waiting, and this is costing obviously thousands of dollars for us. I mean, is there anything that the board can provide that I can show the sellers that this is out of our control? I mean, otherwise, like I said, this is the second
I mean, I'm happy to write you something
Yeah, we
stating
can.
that based on the agenda, based on the past 2 agendas, you have not been able to present your case based on other matters before you. If you would like that, I would be more than happy to write something.
But that you are also next in.
And
next
yeah,
in the
so you
queue.
guys will probably,
The next case.
knock on wood, you'll be teed up to be the first one.
The board would have to go out of protocol and everything to put somebody before you. You're next, so, yeah.
All right, so yeah, I have this. So the board will make the following findings, that this is a
No,
special use permit application under County Section 78, or 78-641A and 78-677 for a concrete plant on parcel at 450 and 460 Goldview Road. The property is in an open use district. The applicant and parties withstanding were given an opportunity to participate. The board makes the following findings: that pursuant to 78-677G, that the proposed use will not adversely affect the health or safety of persons residing in the neighborhood of the proposed use, that the proposed use will not be detrimental
to the public welfare injurious to property. The proposed use will not cause adverse effects on the surrounding property due to noise, vibration, odor, or glare effects. Satisfactory ingress and egress of the proposed use has been provided. Provisions for off-street parking have been arranged for, although not part of this. Provisions for adequate and proper utilities with reference to location, availability, and compatibility have been arranged for. Provisions for buffering, if deemed necessary, with reference to type, location, and dimensions have been arranged for. Signs, if any, and proposed exterior lighting with reference to glare, traffic safety, economic effect, and compatibility are in harmony with properties in the district. Number 9, playgrounds and open spaces have been supplied, but that's not relevant in this case. Buildings and structures with reference to size, location, and use are acceptable. Hours of operation with reference to protecting and maintaining the character of the neighborhood are acceptable. The following conditions: the project must be constructed as depicted in the site plan. Soil investigation report, septic test, and other documentation showing the site must be submitted prior to master SPR approval. The DOT driveway permit is required. Applicant shall comply with the engineer, that one, delete that. Air quality permit is required prior to construction. Applicant must submit a closeout for the stormwater permit prior to the plan permit approval. The applicant shall submit a final site plan for the project showing the exact location of structures, commercial lighting, buffering, any retaining walls, easements, and right-of-ways on the property, 911 road names, and other conditions of site development approved by the Board of Adjustment. A copy of approved permits from the Army Corps of Engineers, Department of Transportation, and Department of Environmental Quality. The master site plan shall not replace the requirement for pulling an individual site plan permit. Applicant must agree in writing to these conditions prior to the commencement of site work. The applicant will comply with the engineer's recommendation in the traffic impact study. The applicant will work with the Department of Transportation regarding appropriate signage associated with the applicant's driveway permit. And then outside the hours of 6:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., concrete mixers shall not travel from the concrete plant along Goldview Road to Aiken Road, except in instances where the alternate route is obstructed. Conclusions of law: based on the foregoing findings of fact, the applicant finds the request for the condition, which are fully here, meets the conditions for a special use permit. The order, therefore, based on the foregoing findings of fact and conclusions, that the applicant is hereby granted a special use permit to establish a concrete plant on the property as requested. Today, the 12th day of February 2025.
Thank you very much. There's been an order presented. Is there discussion on the order or a motion on the order? Move to accept. Is there any second?
Second.
Second. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, all pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Emma Road applicant. Where's the Emma Road applicant?
Did you all make a motion to continue I'm sorry, I'm trying to
Ledbetter?
multitask, but
Ledbetter.
for Ledbetter, why don't we make a motion to continue that? We would need a motion to continue Ledbetter, and then we can deal with Emma.
Is there a motion to continue Ledbetter to the next regular meeting of the BOA? There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? No. Okay. So 5-1, I think, on that, to continue that. And hello, how's it going?
Derek Allen, I represent the applicant on the Emma Road matter. This is one, and I won't go over the point here, but just sort of remind us where this one came from. We applied for this special permit in October of 2024, which was supposed to be heard in November.
requested to have a neighbor meeting. We then met with the neighbors. We provided a bunch of dates in December and January. The neighbors asked that we push that neighbor meeting off until later in January, which we did. We met with 100 neighbors in January, and now we're here at this Board of Adjustment hearing. We've been in this thing for months. I just want to make sure that it doesn't get delayed, and if we need to set it for a peremptory setting on its own special meeting, I think that's something that we could talk about. We would love to have it before the next meeting if this board will consider that. 2 or 3 weeks would be great. That's our position. We'd like to have this thing heard as quickly as possible. We have, as comes up often, we have real-world contract issues that we have to deal with because of these delays, and so we'd like to move it forward as quickly as possible. And in terms of our willingness to have met with neighbors, we've been there, we've done it, we've postponed now 2 different times. That's cost us 4 months of time in the real world. So we just put that before this board and ask that we could be heard as quickly as we can.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's John Knorr with the Robertson Stevens Law Firm. I represent 4 of the individuals who've applied for, or 2 individuals, 2 entities that have applied for standing: Jackie Sullivan, Sarah McMullen, Podare Emma, and then Mahetzi LLC. One of my clients, Mahetzi LLC, only received their first notice of this situation through the county at the end of January, January 29th, and I've only been retained this week by 3 of the 4 of them. I think this board just heard a case where the ability to access expert witness testimony is critical in order to put on a case. We absolutely understand that the outcome of the storm has set back a number of the projects, and we absolutely empathize with the developer on that situation. That doesn't necessarily put those rights ahead of my client's rights. So our request would be that we, in the motion to continue that we filed with the board, or I filed with the board yesterday, is that we have 60 days. I do agree with Mr. Allen that a special setting would be appropriate for this so that we're not holding up other projects. And we'd ask that this go on your regular scheduled meeting in April as a result. And that is due primarily to the need to retain experts in order to put on our case, which is a due process right that my clients have. And again, we're not the result of this being pushed off for this meeting. You've had lots of these stack up. We're just saying let's pick a manageable date that allow you to get to this and also deal with the other cases you have.
Sorry, please. Yeah.
I was just
Another
say,
point?
yeah, just one quick response. One is a procedural one, and that is without standing, they have no standing to request a continuance. And so I'd put that out as the motion. The other part of it is this is far more than just storm-related delays. These were the requests of neighbors. These same neighbors are now requesting additional continuances. And so their failure to obtain counsel prior to last week can't be used to push us off again. And if we're second, if we're next up behind the one that's in front of us from AMARCS, and that's the fallback position is next month at March's regular meeting, that's fine. We would prefer an earlier date if this board would consider that.
Thank you.
If I may briefly, I would agree that the standing issue is an important one. However, the other part that's unique to this situation is the fact that several of my clients have English as a second language. So when they receive notices, they can't respond to what they don't understand. Okay? So their ability to retain counsel is directly tied to when they receive notice, when they're able to interpret that, and then when they're able to secure counsel. So again, I think these are unique facts in this situation that merit the additional time.
I think in the board's strong opinion, everyone here has been afforded the due process rights, of course. Hearing everybody in the order in which they applied and which the meeting rolls on from month to month. Having said that, we can't make any guarantees about next month's meeting about hearing the case. We assume that Ledbetter will be, an average case. So having said that, we expect to start Emma next month, the normal course of things. I'm looking over at staff at the idea of a special meeting and the idea of another split dual meeting, and they have the same face that I do about that. So, and the board does too. So,
Things though that's going to make this thing a little bit is that we need to make sure that we have translation services.
Yes.
We actually had somebody come here today to help with that.
Yes.
So whatever we do, we need to make sure that we have that accommodation available. So
so the 2 questions from the board, I guess, would be do we have that service available next month on the 12th of March?
We do not know at this point in time. I don't know, is the translator here? Would you be able to be here on March 12th next month? I see her nodding her head. All right. So I think we're good.
Okay, sounds good on that one. And then the other one, well, I guess you answered my question about standing. Okay, so we haven't heard any of this case, correct? It's a long day for us. We haven't heard any of this. We're just starting.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you, yeah. We'll do our best up here to make sure that we move expeditiously at the March meeting, but I think that's the appropriate course for this case to proceed along.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can
As
I
the
just
second
make one-
item in next month, so,
Can I make one comment?
yes.
They have at least 10 requests for standing. I didn't actually sit and count them. And based on the last hearing for standing that I was at, listening to 10 people on why they should have standing could take up the entire meeting. So I would suggest that maybe we should have a separate meeting just for them.
It is hoped that with our disclosures, with the staff's information they put out on this issue, standing versus witness testimony, that we're able to call that down before next meeting.
I would request that that be put out in Spanish as well. For example, the application and the
Absolutely.
materials only yesterday were provided in Spanish to some and not all, so I think that would
Okay.
help. Not all of them. I want to be clear about that.
No, yeah.
So yes, the standing application, and then we also,
Yeah, we're gonna try to do that next month, yeah. It shouldn't take, we'll keep a tight leash, so, yes, Savannah?
2 documents have been translated into Spanish for the public, and we're working on putting them on the website. We do have them available if asked. It just takes a minute to put it on the website.
Maybe also putting something on that case, on that case's page in Spanish about materials being available by inquiry or by email or however you want to do it. A disclaimer there saying, please ask us. Yeah. All right, is that a good direction for the board? We wanna, okay. Is there a motion to that effect? On the Emma Road townhomes.
Second.
Motion continues to the March regular meeting in the second position after Ledbetter. And there's a second on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? Thank you. That passes. Thank you. I'll see you next month. Anything else from staff today? Sure? Okay, all right.
No.
Anything else from the board today? Thank you all very much. Is there a motion?
Great job running the meeting today.
Thanks, y'all. Thanks you. There's a second on that. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.